okay. Oh, it's monstrous, isn't it?
Not really. It's only 200, but
Yeah, that's good. What can you do? And if you caught up to him, he'd just double down.
yeah. And now I'm just going to his place. But he really catch up. I was telling the kids this morning, they go, flying the spirit. He earned it.
Yeah, that's right.
He worked hard.
Yeah.
Him and Auntie.
Yeah,
So that's what you get.
yeah. Morena, I think we will reconvene the hearing and start the hearing process. There's not a large crowd here today, so we've got our first submitter, but just before we get to that, there's a couple of admin things. First is just to note that the live stream for the hearing is operating, and there'll be millions of people around the world watching, as we go today. But look, the second thing is I was thinking overnight, I haven't spoken with the panel about this yet, but we've been putting a reasonable, I think, amount of pressure on staff to think about resolution of issues that are coming before the hearing, and we've got more to go over this next couple of days. And in doing so, I was talking about delivery of those outcomes by Thursday, the end of play Thursday or Friday at the latest this week. And on reflection, I think that might not be necessary. And so I just invite Ms Stubbing and the council team to think about if you are going to be responding to matters, what is a reasonable time for you to do that in? There's no point focusing on that time where a few more days or a week or two gets us to a better outcome. So just put that there for you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Right. So the first submitter for the day, North 12 Limited Partnership. I got that right? Correct. Right. The floor is all yours for the time. So if you could introduce yourselves and take us through, just so we can work with you however it works for you, but over the last few days we've been hearing from the team and then asking questions as a whole. So if that works.
Okay, well, happy with that. And perhaps just to lead off, James Gardner-Hopkins, project manager and representative for the submitter. And I have assisted in a number of financial contribution issues for the submitter recently. Just by way of introduction as well, the others here with me today may well be known to you, but I'll just briefly introduce them. Shay Crossan to my left, the independent planner, and John Dillon, who is essentially the submitter and developer, and both have produced some statements of evidence. And we understand that all that material is pre-read,
yes,
and they're not intending to traverse all of that for you today. So really, I do want the witnesses to do most of the talking and answer questions. I really just did want to give a bit of an overview. The original submission did cover a number of issues, but we are here essentially to talk to you today about financial contributions. I don't know how much discussion you've had about the proposed changes through the course of the hearing to date. I don't believe that too many others have raised similar issues to this submitter. So we're keen to make sure that you understand as best as possible the issues and to help explore a way forward and a narrowing of the issues if possible. So look, I've also filed representations and don't intend to take you through the detail of those. I suppose a few introductory comments. North 12 does accept the need to pay its fair share and that developers do need to pay their way. But fairness is the key point here. And a change to the financial contributions regime that is unfair, that is illogical, or that is not justified cannot be the most appropriate outcome in RMA planning terms. And this is not just an issue really that faces the developer. There is a housing affordability crisis across the country, including in this district, and developers cannot absorb increased costs and associated risks with increasing costs. Increased financial contributions will therefore inevitably result in increased costs to home buyers. These things get passed down. In terms of your decision-making process, you have a requirement to make your findings based on the necessary foundational facts. Without getting into the detail, and I'm sure you know this, in terms of factual matters, it's on the balance of probabilities. Is it more likely than not that a particular fact is correct? And I do make that distinction between facts and the judgments that you might then apply, having understood the facts. And so, look, what the witnesses will want to talk to you today about are some of those basic facts. The submitter's position is that the council's proposed changes will result in the next development at Te Puke or a reconsented development facing a 67% increase in financial contributions compared to the current position. Now, it seems to be that there's some still debate over whether that is the case in practice or not. Certainly, the submitter says that is a fact. That's the way the maths works. And what this means is nearly a $300,000 increase in financial contributions per hectare, or if looking at, say, a 5-hectare development, an increase in financial contributions of $1.5 million. So it's not pocket change. It is quite a serious issue for this submitter. And the submitter is concerned that the council still hasn't really clearly explained the discrepancies between the proposed structure plan schedules, which do list out and identify works to which financial contributions are intended to relate to, and the detail of its financial contribution models, which sit outside the district plan. And this is an issue that I did address in the representations, that the way that this council approaches financial contributions is something of a hybrid between financial contributions and what would ordinarily happen with development contributions. And so there are provisions in the plan, there are schedules in the plan, there are works identified in the plan, there are costs allocated in the plan, but then through, and that's the district plan I'm talking about, but then through the annual plan or long-term plan process, the models are updated, and as I understand it, what is contained in the district plan can be modified, added to, subtracted from through that separate process. And I do say that is problematic. That's not what the RMA intended if a council is looking at a financial contribution process as opposed to a development contribution process. Now, those are the fundamentals of the system as it currently exists and is applied by the council. And the submitter does understand here we have a plan change and that it's not revisiting those fundamentals. But the submitter is concerned to ensure that this panel understands there are some fundamental concerns and that this plan change and the financial contribution updates that it makes doesn't exacerbate or compound some of those problems. And we've already seen, I think, some acknowledgement from the council in response to this submitter's concerns, removal of some items in the schedule. And really, the final point before inviting the witnesses to speak is, of course, as you are well aware, this is a process that does not have appeals in terms of merit, or I think even in terms of points of law. And so really the only avenue for challenge is judicial review. And so, for better or worse, there is something of a burden that rests on your shoulders to get this right. And the submitter is here, willing to engage, including if that meant in further discussions with the council. And I just wanted to make that offer at the outset. But look, unless there were questions of me, I'm very happy to hand over to the witnesses.
We'll do that if that's all right, and we'll come back and ask questions as a whole.
Excellent. So it was intended to let John speak first. Yep. He's all on top of the detail. He's the details man. And I'll just invite him to speak to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. Yes, look, I've been involved for a number of years in conversations with council around financial contributions in Te Puke. We have been developing in Te Puke for a number of years. We have approximately 350 lots consented for development in Te Puke in an area. We're in a development known as Tamania, essentially an affordable housing development in the southern part of Te Puke. So in considering this change to financial contributions that's proposed under PC 92, Plan Change 92, first observation that I would make is that it is, in essence, a piecemeal approach to financial contributions, in that, at least at the time that Council embarked on this endeavour, it made out of scope any consideration of the actual operation of the formulas that calculate the amount of each individual HHE. As matters have transpired and in response to our evidence, Council has now taken steps to look at parts of the financial contribution calculation formula under the district plan, specifically the denominator in that formula. And you will see that in Mr. Clowe's rebuttal evidence. He goes to some lengths to look at some factors that influence the denominator in that formula. The denominator is the number of dwellings that are anticipated to be developed in Te Puke over the next 10 years, the period of the long-term plan. So Mr. Clowe's own evidence is that essentially all subdivision necessary to grow Te Puke to its theoretical maximum population of 13,000 is already consented. He identifies 806 greenfield lots that are consented, the total number of lots that are used as the denominator in the formula is 1,000. That leaves 194 lots, and of those 194 lots, approximately, or probably, 94 or more are already infill lots that are consented in Te Puke. So Greenfield is 86, there are probably another 94 of infill brownfields lots already consented. So this plan change...
Sorry, what was that number of brownfield lots?
My estimate is that 94 of those
Right.
would already be consented,
Yep.
leaving 100 lots yet to be consented. So it is those 100 lots that this plan change seeks to affect in terms of assessment of financial contributions. Just those last 100. So that being the case, the question then becomes, why would council seek to do this? Are there some other aspects to what is going on in Te Puke that are in fact driving this proposal to change the base yield, or base financial contributions per hectare from 12, as it currently is, to 20, an increase of 67%. And I think this is where the situation, or this is where the Te Puke situation gets interesting, because whilst the Plan Change 92 document proceeds on the basis that Te Puke will only grow to 13,000 people, in fact, it is Council's view, and Council has already included infrastructure that is consistent with this view, that Te Puke will in fact grow to 16,500 people. So that we can be reasonably certain of, or that we are certain of, because in the financial contribution models, as distinct from the infrastructure schedules in the district plan, a new wastewater plant for Te Puke is included. That wastewater plant is, or the funding of that wastewater plant is underpinned by a further 3,500 people beyond the current 13,000 proposal, which PC 92 is in theory responding to. That project is already in the models and is part of the financial contribution calculation for Te Puke. So whilst it is Mr. Clo's evidence that the only infrastructure in there, in the models and in the operative district plan, is that necessary to enable 13,000 residents, in fact, the infrastructure that underpins financial contributions in those actual models includes, for example, the new wastewater treatment plant, which is a $60 million project. So, and it's not going to happen unless it's part of enabling Te Puke to grow to 16,500 people. Now, there has been no consultation with the community on, none that I'm aware of, on whether Te Puke should grow to 16,500 people. That piece of work is yet to happen. But in the background, Council has made a decision to construct the new wastewater treatment plant. So it is the wrong way round. The consultation on growing the community to 16,500 people should have happened prior to committing to the wastewater treatment plant. But we are where we are. The treatment plant, in theory, is committed to. The treatment plant forms part of the mathematics that generates financial contributions in Te Puke. It is there to enable growth to 16,500 people. So that is one example Um, and there are others in relation to the infrastructure that is actually in the financial contribution models. So our plea, I suppose, is that this plan change, increasing the yield from increasing financial contributions per hectare from the current 12 to 20, not be made now because it should be made in the context of completion of the spatial plan for Te Puke, community consultation regarding increasing the population from the currently agreed, if you like, number of 13,000 through to 16,500, and it should only be done then also in recognition of the fact that this proposal is in fact designed to address not the existing position in Te Puke, because that's already consented. It's actually designed to address the next 3,500 people and the land that will be necessarily rezoned to enable that growth. Now, Council has not formed a view on where that additional land will be. It does have some future residential land, so presumably that would be in the mix. But we just don't know until they undertake that process. So the way I see this is it is an unnecessary change for Te Puke. At most it will impact the next 100 lots, but it may well impact, because it will be in the district plan if this passes, the next 3,500 lots. Sorry, the next number of lots necessary to provide for a population of 3,500. But that decision should not be made now. It should be made in conjunction with a broader decision around the infrastructure necessary to service those additional 3,500 people once the spatial plan is produced and once community consultation, or as part of community consultation on that increased population for Te Puke. So there are many issues we take with Mr. Clo's evidence, in particular the notion that only infrastructure relating to a population of 13,000 is included in the district plan. That is simply not correct. Simply not correct. The wastewater treatment plant is included in the financial contribution models. According to Council's theory of how the district plan works, those financial contribution models are in effect incorporated into the district plan. That is their view of the position. So that infrastructure is there and is about enabling 16,500 people, contrary to Mr. Clo's evidence. In addition, in relation to freshwater, there are significant assets that have nothing to do with population growth in Te Puke that, according to Council's theory, are included in the district plan. And I provide, by way of an example, the project known or referred to in the financial contributions models as Pongakawa Water Treatment Plant Enhancement Project, also known as the Eastern Zone Alternative Supply Project. This is a very substantial driver of the numerical part, the dollar part of the financial contribution formula for water in the Eastern Zone. That project has nothing to do with residential housing in Te Puke. If you look at the infrastructure assessment reports that are part of Plan Change 92, it clearly demonstrates that there is no need for any additional water to service the population of Te Puke, even if the population grows to 16,500 people, which is the mathematics that was used for the purpose of preparing the infrastructure assessment reports. So again, a very substantial project, the main driver of financial contributions for Te Puke for fresh water has nothing to do with residential development in Te Puke. So again,
Sorry, what does it
it
benefit?
is to provide water for the Rangiuru Business Park. It is not for residential development in Te Puke. So, and again, I would refer you to the infrastructure assessment reports that clearly demonstrate there is no need for additional water supply for Te Puke. It is already available, even at a population of 16,500 people. So look, our view is that this is unnecessary. It will have no effect anyway. It will certainly no effect with respect to growing the population to 13,000 people, which is the thesis which underpins Plan Change 92. It has, if it is included, potential downstream effects in relation to the next stage of growth in Te Puke, from 13,000 to 16,500 people. But it should be included as part of a full review of financial contributions for Te Puke as part of the spatial plan process and as part of a considered provision of infrastructure to enable that growth to 16,500 people. So, I think that is really all I have to say now.
Thank you.
I think you were wanting to hear from all
Yes,
witnesses
please.
first, so I'll
Yeah.
hand over to Shane. Thank you, Mr. Garden-Hopkins. Good morning.
Kia ora.
Yes,
Well, thank you. Good morning, commissioners and council staff. Look, probably Mr. Garden-Hopkins and Mr. Dillon have covered a lot of what I had to say as well, but just to clarify, I have in my evidence gone over a number of matters, including financial contributions, natural hazards, structured plan and residential provisions. I'm largely in agreement with all the recommendations of the reporting planners on all but the financial contributions and structure plan provisions, so I won't discuss the other provisions. I think that's clearly set out in my evidence. So the fundamental position of my evidence is that the proposed changes to the financial contributions in respect of Te Puke are not required for greenfield development. Certainly a different area of the district than, say, Omokoroa, where there is brand new greenfield land that's being opened up at present, and there is infrastructure that council are putting in now that will require significant funding. Te Puke, as I understand it, and having read the wastewater and relevant infrastructure reports, like Mr. Dillon has said, there is no need for any infrastructure to support the population to 13,000, as is the thesis or the basis of Plan Change 92. As I've noted in my evidence, all currently zoned and developable residential land is consented and will pay financial contributions as per those consents. I'm aware that there is some additional greenfield zoned residential land in the eastern part of Te Puke. However, it is very difficult to develop there are geotechnical issues and flooding issues. So in my professional opinion, that land will be very difficult, if not impossible, to develop in future. In my opinion, the current Te Puke spatial plan that is underway should progress first, and identification of future residential land should occur. This can be followed by a plan change process and relevant financial contributions assessed as part of that process once or if the decision to grow the population beyond 13,000 people has been formally made. The rebuttal evidence of Mr. Clow does not change my opinion that I expressed in my evidence, and I still believe that the relief sought in my evidence to essentially retain the existing financial contribution provisions for Te Puke remain relevant. As Mr. Dillon, or particularly Mr. Gardner-Hopkins, has noted in his representations, the actual impact of this change to the financial contributions in Te Puke at 12 dwellings per hectare is around about $444,000 per hectare. At 20 dwellings per hectare as proposed in Plan Change 92, this goes to around about $740,000 per hectare. So as Mr. Gardner-Hopkins notes, it's not an insignificant amount for a 5 or 10 hectare development. In my opinion, there is little to no risk to council that leaving the financial contributions for Te Puke effectively as they are would result in any material under collection of financial contributions. Given the fact that any large greenfield subdivision or future subdivision that may occur, and that may be on residential rural land or future urban land, would require a resource consent either as a discretionary or non-complying activity, then financial contributions could be assessed and imposed as part of that development without any under recovery in terms of the identified projects for anticipated growth. If there was any specific additional infrastructure requirement identified, then that could be required to be undertaken as a condition of consent, i.e. as direct mitigation. The real risk, in my view, if the proposed changes to be adopted and the FINCOs increase as proposed, then this will possibly act as a disincentive to future residential development in Te Puke. It will also set the starting point for any future revision of FINCOs, which do not seem to reduce as they are updated. So that's effectively a summary of my position on the financial contributions. Just moving on to the structure plan, and this is addressed in Mr. Manahira's rebuttal evidence. Having reviewed that rebuttal evidence and Mr. Manahira's explanation, plus I've additionally reviewed the wastewater reports and maps again, I accept Mr. Manahira's explanation of that. Mr. Manahira has recommended the removal of one wastewater item from the Te Puke wastewater schedule, and I accept his reasoning on the other items remaining in the schedule. I do, however, note, though, that I received an email yesterday from Mr. Manahira noting that there was to be another item removed. That was item WWINT2, the wastewater treatment inlet pipe, is to be removed from the structure plan schedule due to uncertainty around the population growth number required for this upgrade. And I assume that Mr. Manahira will confirm that to the panel as well. So apart from that, that is effectively all I had, and happy to answer any questions as required.
Thank you very much. We'll open up to the panel for questions.
I'm interested in the distinctions that you make between Aomokoroa and Te Puke. And Mr. Clow in his rebuttal evidence makes a plea for consistency of approach. as I understand it, and I guess this question is really to you, Mr. Dillon, you're obviously very au fait with what's been going on and is likely to go on in Te Puke. Is your concern about the proposals really centred on the danger that they will become embedded and very difficult to change once the spatial planning process proceeds? Is that really a large part of your concern?
Yes, it is. I would express it slightly differently, I suppose, or expand on that by saying it is simply an unnecessary step to take right now because, firstly, it has no effect in relation to the remaining 100 lots that are yet to be consented to move to 13,000. But once it's in there, if, for example, they choose to, as a step, rezone the future residential land to residential, then that rule will be there in relation to that future residential land. My view is spatial plan exercise is already underway, that this should wait until then, rather than being an impediment to development and consenting in the meantime, whatever that may be. And whilst we're necessarily in a forum like this, talking at, in many ways, conceptual levels, there are nuances in Te Puke. There are areas of land, for example, off Lenahan Drive, there's a block of land owned by Waitaha, local iwi, that potentially will come up for development. They plan to develop it. That land, which is probably like 2 hectares of developable land, it's not that large, it would be subject to this new rule, as an example. So it's not like, you know, we're saying all of the greenfield lands is essentially developed. Well, yes, but actually it's not 100%. And there is a lot of greenfield land in Te Puke that is zoned residential, that the general view of us as developers, and council officers, is that it won't be developed because it has topographical issues, it's floodplain land, etc. But there's no guarantee that that will be the case. This rule would apply to that land, and in particular in relation to land such as that, which will never achieve, if it is developed, the densities that are required to get to 20 lots per hectare. This rule will apply. So if, for example, that topographically constrained land were to be developed and it could only achieve, say, 10 lots per hectare, under this rule, council would still be seeking to collect 20 financial contribution, even though that land could only generate 10 lots. So it is just incredibly poorly thought through in terms of its implications for Te Puke.
Yeah, thank you. I understand the thrust of your argument, and it's a pragmatic one, and one which we'll have to consider, of course. So thank you.
Thank you all. And we got a chance to get out and see some of your development, and it's going great guns at the moment.
Great,
so
thank you.
I just wondered, what is the current density of that development on the southern side of Te Puke that you're working on?
The current density of the
So the
part
de-
that we've already done?
Yes, yeah. And what you've got consent for.
What we've done is probably 25 lots per hectare. What we've consented is on Whitehead Ave, so that's the block to the south of the block we've already developed. That is 28 lots per hectare, although, 29 lots per hectare. The block to the west, that is about 30 lots. About 30 lots per hectare.
And that's all consented development. I mean, that
All
was the
consented,
impression
yeah.
that we got as well yesterday when we went on our site visit, that basically everything that could be developed on the edges of Te Poki as part of Plan Change 92 already either is or has consent.
Yes.
So, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that is correct, and that is Mr. Clo's evidence.
And it's very clear to me that what you're asking for is just that we look at this as part of the spatial planning process that's forthcoming.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks. That's all for me.
The spatial, just to clarify, the spatial plan and then whatever form of plan.
Plan change, subsequent.
Whatever
plan change.
form of subsequent plan
Subsequent plan
change
change,
that
yeah,
feeds
yeah.
from that.
Yeah, I thought that was very clear in your evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, oh, sorry. It strikes me from, we had a really good opportunity to look through, and we've got two really distinct contexts in Omokoroa and Te Poki. There's no question about that. And we've also, unless I've misheard council officers, we've got really a plea, because this is not a choice that they made to be in this process to a very large extent. They're making a plea for the structure plan to address the strategic planning issues I think you're alluding to in the future. And so I feel to a large extent that we are chasing what's already occurred. And I just want to check with you that perhaps you just reaffirm that. You're talking about maximum a couple of hundred lots, either greenfields or brownfield, in Te Poki that are available in the context of Plan Change 92.
I think what I'm saying is that if you accept Mr. Clo's evidence and you accept what council has to say about Te Poki, then, which is all premised on a population of 13,000.
That's right.
Then there is only 100 odd lots left to consent to enable that 13,000 population. In other words, there are already some 900 consented lots in Te Poki, in greenfield and brownfield.
Yes.
So there are 100 lots left. They are potentially greenfield in that there is the Waitaha block on Lenahan Drive.
Yes.
They are potentially brownfield. They'll just be, subdivided off the back, 2 or 3 sections of small townhouse developments enabled by the MDRS, that sort of thing. So,
Right.
which will make up the balance, at which point we'll be at, theoretically, based on the Plan Change 92 theory of Te Poki, at 13,000 people. Beyond that, the move to 16,500 people. Well, as an exercise we would love to see
Yes.
underway, carried out, and obviously we know council's committed to it. They've committed to the wastewater treatment plant, so, which is a massive project. So,
Yes. As I understand it, the upgrade of the wastewater treatment plants, not just for that future population growth, but it's to address the challenges of today.
no, well, that's not my understanding.
Right.
The council has taken the decision to replace the existing wastewater
Yes.
treatment plant. That is driven by a number of things. One is additional population growth in Te Puke, which they have not been through the process, but clearly they have a view that the end game is 16,500 people. So that's why that is partially underpins the commitment to wastewater treatment plant. But the other part of that is Rangiuru Business Park, which is going to feed into that wastewater treatment plant. So that, again, is a factor. So there are upgrades. There were options around upgrades to the existing wastewater treatment plant to cope with all of that, but I understand that the way the maths worked, it was something like 45 million to upgrade the plant or 65 million for a new one, but the life, the new one would have a larger life. The old one could still be used as kind of redundancy for the new one, so decisions being taken. Oh, that is my understanding. Decisions being taken.
So, poor old council staff, they're used to me asking them questions when we've got a submitter in front of us, but I'll do it again. Mr. Cloak, or whoever is appropriate in the council team, to what degree can you comment on the view that's been expressed that council's planning and the financial contributions that fall from that is around 16,000 and not the 13,000?
Yeah, thank you. I've just been making some notes here. Obviously there's a difference in opinion between those numbers. And I think that it comes down to that in the planning, in Plan Change 92, the infrastructure schedules, it is our belief that's based on 13,000 people, the infrastructure. What Mr. Dillon's referring to is the model. And the information I've got here is that our financial contribution model does take into account 13,000 people. It seems like there's been a misunderstanding, potentially, in that it's been changed for 16,500 people, but I'm told that we don't actually charge based on that.
Right. So, are we able to confirm you're identifying what you're told or you understand, but are we able to invite the council to kind of confirm that position?
Yeah, we can confirm that. We do have a couple of people available today to help us do that.
Right.
Would you like it now or later in the day?
I think perhaps later in the day. We've got a little bit of time later this morning, I think, so we might just explore that a little bit at that time.
It sounds to me that the question's more around the formula and the model, more so than the actual rules.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And I guess my other question of you is, but in the back of your mind, are you really planning for 16,000?
Council, in the back of our mind, started planning for 16,500 people.
Yes.
But Plan Change 92 hasn't, and is not seeking to charge an
Yes.
additional population. It's only seeking to charge for 13,000 people,
Yes.
which infrastructure has been provided for through the plan change. So we're not seeking to increase financial contributions or increase the population to get an extra 3,500 people to cover the costs or anything like that. That is not Plan Change 92 is doing.
Right.
So I think there's a mismatch or misunderstanding between what the rules are doing and the financial contributions model that Mr. Dillon has seen.
Thank you. Oh, look, if you've got some of the team here so we can explore that, I think that'd be really helpful.
Excuse me, may I ask a question or make a point?
Yeah, I think you can make a point, yes.
Okay, we'll make a point. We anticipated this issue, and so we've printed off the infrastructure schedules and the capital expenditure schedules.
Yes.
Two different things. Infrastructure schedules are what Mr. Clow is talking about, incorporated in the district plan. The capital expenditure schedules are the inputs to the financial contribution models. So we have 10 copies here, which we're happy to share with you if you'd like, to compare the capital expenditure schedules with the district plan infrastructure schedules. Yeah,
We're happy to receive the copies of that material. Yes.
And I suppose if I can comment, this does go back to one of the fundamental issues that I touched on at the start, that we do have the schedules in the plan,
Yeah.
and we also have the model or the spreadsheets that sit outside that. And certainly what I understand John to be saying is that the detailed spreadsheet, which gives rise to the actual financial contributions, has projects or works in there that aren't in the schedule. And
vice versa.
and vice versa. And so there is a difficulty that, of course, in a sense, you've only got jurisdiction over what is in the schedule, not what might happen outside the schedule. And I suppose the only thing that I can say to that is, in terms of any decision or recommendations that you make, being as clear as you can that what is in the schedule is, I guess, your understanding that that is what should feed into the financial contributions rather than projects that aren't in the schedule. And I suppose if there's a project that should be in the schedule, well, then it should be identified and it can be tested before it is finally adopted into the schedule. And so the wastewater treatment plant replacement is, I guess, the obvious example of that. That appears to be in the model, but it's not in the schedule. And I suppose the submitter would take the view, well, if it was put into the schedule or proposed to be put into the schedule, then the basis for that could be tested. Is it about the current growth? Is it about future growth? Is it about, different areas that may be using the asset once it's operational? And that can be the substance of decision or recommendation. Whereas if it isn't there, it can't be tested, but it pops up later in the actual financial contribution. So it's an example of this difficulty and mismatch between the district plan and the wider updates to the models.
In the earlier discussion, I think it was you that talked about further engagement with council, and we're not trying to set things up for another hearing outside the hearing, but there has been and will be real value in conversations between parties before this hearing closes. If that was going to occur, what conversation would you be having with the council that is going to be of value to this hearing committee?
Yes, well, look, as I said, the submitter is very happy to engage further.
Yes.
It probably would be assisted if there was some direction or indication from the panel as to what would most assist it in terms of, for example, I suppose the schedule, and seeing if some joint statement can be prepared to say, yes, everyone is now happy that what is in the schedule should be there,
yes,
or perhaps shouldn't. And then to the extent that there are works or projects in the model that aren't in the schedule, clearly identifying those for the panel to understand, even if you can't do much about it, other than observe that those projects seem to be contributing to, I suppose, the angst and the concerns around what is adopted into the plan.
And in relation to what's sitting in the model on that side of the ledger, is it also clarity on who the beneficiaries are? Because the view of who the beneficiary is might be different between you as a developer and council.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. And my last question is really just to get your observations and experience outside of your submission, if that's all right. We've got another submitter who's appearing today, who is talking about the yields per hectare being far too low and the requirement for them to be specified at a much higher level. You know, I can appreciate that position. When you think about medium and high yields on a per hectare basis, what do those numbers look like for you? So your current, the development we saw yesterday, I think you were talking about 23, 24, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've
Yeah.
consented development at 30 lots per hectare
Yes.
to the west, so.
So when you think about that, what is that? Is that a high level of high intensity of yield? Sorry, I'm using the wrong words. there,
Yeah,
but-
well, look, it's probably an average lot size of about 200 square metres.
Right.
It includes a number of terrace houses in order to achieve that
Yes.
level of.
So in Te Puke, what would 50 look like?
Well, that's just inconceivable. So,
What would it look like? What does
it would
50
look like rows of 3-storey terrace houses, apartments. I mean, it's not Te Puke, it's like Hobsonville Point or.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it on Mokoroa?
Well, no, because it would not be saleable in Amakara. So the market is not interested in that product. If you want to find out, talk to classic builders about how they're going selling their terrace housing in Amakara. So it's the cheapest product on the market, but there is no interest in it.
Right.
So, yeah, they've consented a development. I don't know what they'll do with it. I guess it'll sell down eventually, but it's just the market is not there. And if anything, since the frothiness came out of the market in late 2020, that any prospect of selling that kind of product is going to be extremely difficult right now. Not to say it won't change, but,
Yes.
but right here, right now, it's not going to sell. So.
Thank you. I appreciate your perspective. Look, that's it for me. If there's no other questions from the panel. Yeah.
Could I just say that what you just said about density resonates very strongly with me as a local resident. And what I'm keen to see is, just building on the chairman's request, is a separation of the facts from value judgments. And so when your team meets with council team, my strong desire is that we can be presented with agreed facts, and we, of course, must make the value judgments. But if we can start off from agreed facts, that will assist us greatly. And if that takes 24 hours or a week, doesn't bother me, so long as we get agreed facts.
Understood.
Look, thank you very much for that. We really appreciate your time, and from what you're hearing, it's likely that there'll be a direction in this space once we work the matters through. Thank you very much. Kia ora. Can I just get you to tie ho for 2 seconds? Ms. Bennett has a question for staff, but you will want to hear the answer, I think.
Sorry.
Or you may want to hear the answer. So she's just been trying to form that question up. So, yeah.
The question I had, and I was trying to think of a good, clear way to ask it, was why would there be a proposal to increase the FinCos in the Te Puke, for the Te Puke area, when it would only apply to 100 lots? And is that fair to do that?
I think we're also disputing that it only applies to 100 lots.
Right.
So there might be 100 lots to be consented, but I don't know exactly how that number got worked out, because the numbers we looked at says there's still quite a bit more to come before that population of 13,000 is reached. So, and it's also not just the 100 that are to come. There's also concerns about, existing consents, which they've mentioned the legal submission, and what would happen if they did a variation or didn't pay them within a certain period of time. So there's more concerns than just 100 lots, I think.
And does it or does it not have any connection to the flooding maps being removed?
No connection with the flooding maps being removed. Yeah. They're very similar to the current district plan, the proposed ones that we removed. So there's, yeah.
Thanks for your help. Thanks for coming back for that. I think our next submitter is Foodstuffs, is that correct? Right. Thank you. I think we've got you online there. Is this the
Morning.
Foodstuffs team?
The team being me,
Yes.
Matt Norwell, planner from Barker and Associates. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can. The floor
Excellent.
is all yours.
Great. Look, I've just sat through the previous submitter, and I'd like to think the issue that I've got is very vanilla and very straightforward. It's a simple request to confirm the zoning that was in the proposed plan change, Foodstuffs owner site at 492 Amokaroa Road. The plan change has rezoned that to industrial. Foodstuffs support that. Council's reporting officer supports that. There's probably not much more that I really need to say, unless you had any questions.
No, there are no questions. Thank you
Excellent.
very much. It's very clear. That is
Good,
the best
good.
submission we've had so far today. Thank you.
Great. You can confirm that because I can pass that on to
We're not
my
confirming that,
client.
but we are certainly clear on what your request is. Thank you.
Excellent. Oh, look, I don't see any need to carry on any further. So, yeah, thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time. Cheers.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
Yes.
Industrial includes that commercial. Yes, industrial.
Right, our next submitter is Bagley. Mr. Bagley. Don't feel at all like you have to be done and dusted inside 30 seconds. You have all the time you need to make your presentation and speak to your submission, and welcome. Yes, please, whatever makes you most comfortable.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, just a brief background. My name is David Bagley. I'm a resident in the area under dispute, under consideration, at the bottom of Francis Road in Aotearoa.
Can I just stop you for 2 seconds? You're doing well so far. But I just wonder whether it might be possible to get staff to put up a map of the of Aotearoa so that we can particularly ask the submitters that are coming to us over the next 2 days to just place things in context. Sorry about that. I should have done that before.
No, that's
before
right.
you
We're
were
looking
away.
at,
Just it really does help us when you're talking to place.
we're looking at option 5 on the plan change 92, which I've only just picked up from your office here this morning, because I've been working on plan option 2,
Right.
which I received last year when I first did my submission.
Right.
The changes as far as my area of the development is concerned is very minimal. In fact, it hasn't really changed as to where I am and what I want to speak to today. So
It really helps us to build the picture of what's happening.
absolutely.
Yeah. So we'll wait 2 seconds till we've got something up here. Mr. Watt, yesterday when we were travelling with him, had talked about producing a couple of A1 or A0 maps that we could have available. So not now, but in the break, if they are available, that might help him. Yeah, that's fine. There's no rush. You can use all the time that wasn't used by the last submitter, so just relax there.
No, this is what I'm looking at. I just got this off the desk this morning.
Okay, whereabouts is your property?
Oh, right down here.
It's that
Yeah,
one there, is it?
yeah. But I'm concerned about here and here. Mm.
That property there is your property?
Yeah,
And we're talking about this area.
oh, it's actually there. Now, where's this going? I'm there,
Right,
right by the river.
right. Thank you very much.
Does that help?
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so that's not quite the plan I've got here, but it's
Yeah,
near
that's
enough.
fine.
It's
Yeah.
near enough going to work. So we, my wife and I purchased our section at the beginning of 2017, in February 17, at which time titles for this, there was 5 sections available for sale. Titles were not through, and they didn't come through till October, November of 2017. At that time, we commissioned architects to design our new home, and we began the build in early 2018. Excuse me. Unfortunately, in 2017 in September, there was a change of government, and our understood 4-lane highway going from Tauranga to Amakoroa was deleted by the then new Labour government. This was a blow, but we had already made commitments, financial and physical, so we continued and proceeded on, as did 3 other new builds in the same vicinity of where I marked on the post. There's one empty section, there was one existing old farmhouse, and there's the other 4 sites that were developed and sold on by the neighbour, the property owner who's got orchards right beside us.
Yes.
We found our Shangri-La. We thought we'd found Utopia, Shangri-La, whatever. And here we were with a river view, with cows next door, with a bank opposite us, which could never be built on because it's like that. And we thought this was just the best place on earth to be. The only disappointment was the lack of the highway back to the city, at which time I was still working in a part-time job. We carried on with the building, and we've created a pretty attractive property, as have our neighbours. And we were absolutely aghast when we were presented with the initial plan change 92 proposals to put industrial belt, an industrial strip on the west side of Francis Road, creating, in our opinion, an enormous amount of traffic, industrial traffic, heavy traffic, polluting traffic, into this beautiful orchard area, which was a haven for all sorts of bird life and natural habitats. For the last 5 years, during which time our neighbours and ourselves have developed our properties, we've added trees rather than deleted them. The bird life has increased significantly. We now have large quantities of Canadian geese that come annually, and having been there now for 5 years, I can tell you that they come in May and they stay through till October, November sometimes, and it's just a delight to see these huge birds strutting their stuff down on what we call the esplanade in front of our property on the banks of the river. The thought of industrial development coming down Francis Road, we accept all, incidentally, that the alignment onto the highway will change and go back towards Omukarua Road to access the future roundabout on Omukarua Road and the highway, so that's fine. But that the idea of industrial development from below the existing service station all the way down Francis Road is just appalling, and we just find it's absolutely unbelievable that you would rip out that beautiful part of this little Omukarua Peninsula and replace it with industry. Added to that is our further, we submit our further objection is the level of density housing, described as low density, but we've had lots of descriptions already this morning as to what exactly that means, with potential 3-level buildings and townhouses, and in other words, in our opinion, mass suburbia coming to our little utopia of rural residential properties, where we have the smallest site is 2,200 square metres and the other vary between 28 and 4,400. So these are our little lots of utopia are just gorgeous, and we don't want to see it both devalued and destroyed by the incoming proposed density of housing on our footstep, on our doorstep. We can be accused of NIMBY, not in my backyard, and that's fine. We'll take the accusation because we've spent a lot of money developing the sites and the buildings thereon, and they are quality homes, each and every one of them. The proposed hilltop viewing lookout, which I don't, can you hear me there?
Yes, thank you.
It just is unbelievable that you would have a lookout to supposedly take a view across the expanse of this lovely peninsula towards the sea beyond, and all you're going to look over is a whole lot of rooftops. And that's just, I've seen a similar situation in another environment, not in Omukarua, fortunately, where the upper sections look over rooftops, and it's just hideous. It's just hideous. So to think of that as a peninsula view for aspiring would-be semi-mountain climbers to climb up to a hilltop and look at this lovely peninsula is just a joke. The nature of having housing on the east side of Francis, the proposal, I'm sorry, not the nature, the proposal of having housing along the east side of Francis Road on this so-called low-density description, and industrial on the other side of Francis Road beggars the question, what on earth are you going to be doing with people walking dogs, walking children in prams if it's young families, which I presume a lot of the new housing would be designed for, walking up and down Francis Road, which is really a rural lane, if you like, and sharing that with heavy traffic coming into these industrial sites. I mean, who is so crazy as to think that you can have a shared road servicing intensive housing, because that's what it is, on the one side of the road, and industrial activities on the other. We just can't understand the sanity of anybody that could come up with such a suggestion, and we oppose it totally. The other thing I would say is that the orchards that also help to create this lovely habitat for bird life and other things happens to be on a commercial basis some of the most highly productive land in the vicinity. And it's particularly suited to orchards and presumably some other vegetable cropping type growth rather than farmland, which it was 100 years ago when the Francis family first arrived and developed that area, from dairy farming right through to orchards. And some of the survivors of that family are in existence there today as our neighbours, and they are running very, very successful orchards on this beautiful land, excuse me, particularly suited to orchard development. So we see, obviously, the concern is the density of housing coming to our doorstep, but even more so is the concern about industrial land developing down Francis Road. If you consider what's described, I think, as industrial land not under review, which is what was tabbed on one of these plans, not that one, but the one I have here. That's in existence at the moment on Omakaroa Road, and we believe the extension of that industrial land on the south side of Omakaroa Road up to and including the area where ITM have more recently developed a major retail outlet with large yards for their timber and other outdoor products, would be a far better area to develop for industrial land than coming down Francis Road. Particularly,
Can you just look at the map behind you or over here and just point to where that is on that site? I think I know where you mean.
So this area here
Yes,
is existing industrial land.
yes.
This area here is proposed. We'd have no issue with that. But it's this area down here
Yes.
that we have the issue with. Because the proposal is all this here is residential development. Going to be abutting a road that's got heavy industrial traffic potentially going down there. Is that clear, sir?
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you.
So the industrial land to the south of Omakaroa Road, as I've just pointed out, along to and including the ITM development, I believe can be extended further inland from its present frontage on Francis Road. I believe the land topography, not down on the corner beside the highway, that's a steep embankment or a gully or whatever, but certainly in behind existing industrial areas, there's room for further expansion. And that would be our proposal, that you consider seriously looking at that area.
Would you point to that on the map as well, please?
Sure.
I think I can see where you mean.
So from here, down this way, down towards this,
Right.
whatever that is there, but this is the area we're talking about all along here, rather than down there.
Right.
And basically, that's our concern, and our submission is to oppose the industrial development. We would far rather see the residential development on the east side in rural residential, as we have currently in our own plots, rather than low-density residential. That would be our view.
Thank you very much. I invite any questions from the panel? Commissioner Witham? Right. Can I just check with staff the area that Mr. Bagley was just referring to for an extension of the industrial zone, that heads towards one of the open space zones?
No, that's the area that's rural residential. that you're looking
Yes,
at.
so
it's-
that's the brown area, but below that is the open space.
Oh, that's more towards the Esplanade
Yes.
area, yeah.
Yeah,
And there's
okay.
the ecological area that was
Yes.
discussed yesterday, is further down there.
Now-
If you did your site visit yesterday, you'll have seen it's a little bit more hilly in nature.
Yeah, that's right. And now, the other thing that I think one of the team had shown us during the hearing was the proposed treatment for the separation of the industrial zone from other zones. That applies to Francis Road?
Yes, that's
Yes.
been developed, just to carry on from what Mr. Bagley said, I think when the plan change first came out, it was just
Yes.
shown as a base industrial zoning. There was no real more detail around it. And the concerns that Mr. Bagley said were very valid, and as for the wider area, the community in that area, we had a number of meetings there. So what was looked at more closely was how that traffic could be managed and separated out, that development of that road cross section that Mr. Mahara had on his evidence. And it was looked at to provide that interface. If you refer back to the Makaurau Gully plan,
Yes.
showed how there was always the intention of having that green belt separation between the two. So that's just been more evolved since the plan change was released.
So I wonder if one of the team could put that diagram of that treatment up on the screen and we could get Mr. Bagley's comments on it. Have you seen what I'm referring to?
Are we talking about the road, the,
Yes, right.
sorry.
So we'll put the diagram up and then we'll. Yeah, it was just a cross section. Oh, no, it wasn't Wakakotahi. It's, so Mr. Bagley's talking about two things, I think. One, in his submission, you're talking about separation from the highway network with appropriate treatment. That's one element, but the other is the separation from the industrial zone through to any other zones, rural residential or residential.
Yes, we would,
Yeah.
we would certainly see or encourage a rural residential strip of Francis Road. If the orchard's to go, then 12 or 14 properties up there could well be developed. And we would see a noise mitigating fence similar to what is used against State Highway 36, abutting the lakes developments in the city. That is quite an effective noise barrier. And then I think I proposed a line of about 10 metres as well for tree planting to mitigate that noise factor from the highway.
So the diagram, the cross section that you can see on there,
Okay.
does that go any way, putting aside the clear opposition you have to the industrial zone coming down Francis Road in your direction, does that go any way towards addressing potential impacts of the industrial zone and into another zone?
It doesn't help pollution, it doesn't help noise.
Right.
It only physically helps possibly somebody being hit by a truck instead of not being hit by a truck. But the noise, the pollution are still the major aspects of our objection.
Right.
And the other thing I would add, sir, is that the other industrial areas already in existence and our proposal that they be expanded southwards, if you will, does not abut any proposed or existing residential precincts at all. So here we're talking Francis Road being opposite a proposed residential precinct,
Yes.
turning it into industrial land, opposite the residential areas proposed,
Yes.
whereas the existing industrial up the top has no residential next to it at all.
No, but I think it would back onto rural residential and then from there into public open space or the open space zone.
The rural residential being where?
In the previous.
In amongst the paddocks at the moment. But there's you've got little pockets of them on my,
Yes.
yeah, plans.
Yes. All right.
But opposite the existing
Yes.
on Omakaro Road is also proposed to be industrial, and we would support that because that's industry opposite industry, fine. And then you've got commercial or retail. And the other thing is that the industrial traffic accessing the highway through the new proposed roundabout, whenever that happens,
Yes.
will be far easier than coming up and down Francis Road as well, and then trying to get on to cross Omakaro Road to turn right to get onto the highway.
Yes.
And we find that's a pretty messy idea as well, to be honest.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the panel? No? Thank you, Mr. Bagley. Thank you for your submission and presentation to us.
Thank you for your
It's
time.
very helpful.
Thank you.
Right, we'll reconvene and we're welcoming the team from Powerco. Welcome, the floor is all yours.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Hadley Pedler. I'm a Senior Associate in the Resource Management team at Chapman Tripp, and I'm here today with Mr. Gary Schofield, who is a Senior Environmental Planner at the Powerco. We're here today to seek one small but important change to PC 92, and that is to add a new standard to section 14A.4.2 of the District Plan to require compliance with the New Zealand Electrical Code of Practice for electrical safe distances. Mr. Schofield will speak briefly to his evidence and present some images and diagrams to illustrate the issues Powerco is facing. Then I'll briefly run through legal submissions and leave some time for questions at the end. Pass to Gary.
Thank you and good morning. I'll take my evidence, obviously, as being read, highlighting that Powerco is seeking the identification of overhead electricity networks in the areas covered by Plan Change 92 on the planning maps and the inclusion of a new standard in section 14A 4.2 of the district plan that requires compliance with ECP 34. I just wanted to note that we've selected ECP 34 as the setbacks under that standard are a bit more dynamic than a static setback of, say, 6, 8 metres from those assets. And in that regard, ECP 34 depends on the specifics of that installation. So the voltage of the asset will determine the separation required. Typically speaking, as voltages increase, so do separation distances. The setbacks from conductors or lines will vary depending upon the distance between the poles, which is known as span length, and different types of support structures, and I'm talking poles versus pylons, have different minimum safe distances. I note within ECP 34, table 1 and 2 contain the key separation distances, and that's without engineering advice. What that means is that if a more detailed assessment is undertaken, those separation distances can substantially reduce. Now, I just wanted to run through a couple of slides to provide some practical examples that you might find quite useful. Oh, there we go. Just the right one. Yeah. So I've given an overview of Powerco within my evidence, and this image on screen identifies the distinct activities that make up the interconnected electricity system in New Zealand. So we have large generators on the left-hand side, which connect into the transmission network owned by Transpower. The Transpower network gets electricity to a lot of the main regional centres, which is where the distribution networks such as Powerco take up the supply and get that through to every customer within that area, be it businesses or homes or organisations. It's also important to note that some generation or generators connect directly to the distribution network as well. So in Tauranga here, there's a number of generating schemes in the Kaimai Ranges that connect directly into the Powerco network. They don't go into the transmission network. Again, as this image was included within our submission, so this is to broadly illustrate the current situation. So where we've got assets overhead running down roadways, which we've got a statutory right to be within. We've got existing, fairly generous setbacks within the existing yards from development. And then the slide is just illustrating what can potentially happen under the MDRS provisions. So we're getting reduced yards, which is bringing, and also increased building heights, which bring buildings closer in closer proximity to our assets. Again, both of these images were included in our original submission. Now, This is an example from 5 Seddon Street in Te Puke. This came through to me about 2 weeks ago. PowerCo gets notified for information purposes only on a select number of subdivision applications to ensure we have network capacity within our network. I note this site actually sits within the urban area that's subject to the MDRS provisions within Te Puke. Now, on the photograph so the development site is the greenhouse in the middle there. And we've got overhead lines spanning between the poles, which are operating at 240 volts. Also, you can see at the top of the crossarm there, at the top of the pole, there's 2 lines feeding, one feeds the greenhouse and one feeds the house with the car parked on the front lawn. So on the right-hand side is an extract from our GIS system, which shows that in plan view. So that feed going to the adjoining house will actually constrain the development on that site unless that's relocated. It can be relocated, provided that's undertaken by a licensed or PowerCo approved contractor. Now, using Table 2 from ECP 34, there will be a minimum setback distance from these to the side of the lines of 3.5 metres and vertically below them of 4 metres. So I would just say this is a practical example where it has happened. We were able to provide comments, and it was comments only to the processing planner, and I'm assuming that they've provided those through to the developer in this instance. The application was for a 5-lot subdivision, so I'm assuming that the lot closest to the roadway may have some constraints on it in terms of ECP 34 that they may or may not be aware of.
Sorry, just before you go off that slide that you were just speaking to,
yep.
if there's a 5-lot development occurring there, isn't it going to be highly likely that it's got a bespoke design to provide supply to those lots?
Absolutely, I'd assume it would do.
Yeah.
However, with the line supplying the adjoining property,
yes,
that crosses over that property, that's legally allowed to be there and remain there.
Yes.
So they would have to have that relocated as part of those works.
Right.
Assuming that they've identified that as an issue to be resolved.
Yep. Yep.
So this photo is on Hewletts Road in Tauranga, opposite Aerodrome Road, which comes out from the airport. And this is a before photo, so I've taken this off Google Street View from 2019. That's why the pole looks on a slight angle. I'll just draw your attention to the fact that where the wires are held onto the top of the pole, they're evenly spaced at the top there. I note that these are strategic assets. They supply the Mount Maunganui industrial and residential areas. And I also note that these lines were identified in the Tauranga City Plan for information only, and that there was an advice note stating that compliance with ECP 34 is required. Again, the information only and advice note. So this is the after photo, and I can flick between the two if that would be beneficial, just to remind you of the difference. But a new building was constructed, and we became aware of that when the building was going up and identified there was a breach of ECP 34. This is obviously after remediation works have occurred, so the lines at the top of the pole now have been moved to what we call an offset arm, obviously above the carriageway there. What isn't quite visible is that there's actually a guardrail that's been installed on top of the building as well, pretty much above the traffic lights, with a warning sign attached to it advising people on the roof not to approach closer to the front of that building due to electrical hazards. Now these network modifications cost close to $200,000 to be remedied. That included some significant traffic management, because Hewletts Road is obviously very busy, and we also had to put on temporary electricity generation while the assets were taken out of service to continue that supply through to the industrial area and residential areas of Mount Maunganui. And I note, had these assets been placed underground, estimates were in the vicinity of around $1 million to remedy that situation. Now, this is another example. This is from Palmerston North, which was referred to in my evidence. And this building was intentionally designed around and below our assets. And it's very, very close to these lines. They are 33,000 volt lines, so it's near the highest voltage that we operate on our network. And they clearly breach ECP 34. And around the office, I have to say, most people said, how did someone not get electrocuted from this construction, because they were that close. It was incredibly dangerous. This is just a couple of aerial shots. So the one on the left-hand side shows the alignment of the line going at an angle across the property. And the right-hand photograph taken from the, I think it's Google Street View, you can see an alignment of the roof, which comes in at an angle as well. So they quite intentionally designed and constructed that building clearly in breach of ECP 34. To remedy this situation, we relocated the assets underground and on an adjoining property, and that came in at a cost of well in excess of $400,000. So they were all the images that I wanted to highlight today, just to show that it is a real issue, and as higher density development is enabled through these plan provisions, that it has the potential to bring development closer to our assets. I'm aware of another situation quite recently in New Plymouth where, when the scaffolding went up and development plans were obtained, was identified that there was also a breach of ECP 34 in that case. That was on a lower voltage set of lines, and I understand that was about a $15,000 cost to remedy. Obviously, we need to take assets out of service immediately if scaffolding's already gone up. So just wanted to highlight that it is an actual thing that's happening, and there are real health and safety implications by allowing development to get close to these overhead assets. Finally, I don't believe that we're likely to limit development capacity envisaged under PC 92. Rather, it's enabling these issues to be dealt with upfront at an early stage, rather than when building works are physically underway. It's really hard to get people to stop or modify, which ultimately comes back to the network operator to modify their network, perhaps to a less ideal outcome, but resolves those safety concerns. But it can, certainly happen. So I'll stop there and hand back to Hedley.
Very well. I'll also take my legal submissions as read, so I'll just run quickly through a high-level summary. So starting point at paragraph 8 is that PowerCo supports the intensification goals of PC 92, but a rapid increase in higher and taller residential buildings close to power lines increases safety risks and can have negative effects on the functioning and reliability of the electricity distribution network. The relief PowerCo seeks is that the separation distances in EC34 are incorporated as a new permitted activity standard. A summary of ECP 34 I set out at paragraph 13. Our compliance with ECP 34 is mandatory under the Electricity Act, but unfortunately awareness of the code is not universal and compliance is even lower. As Gary pointed out, once a building is constructed too close to a power line or an injury has happened, putting it right is not simple or easy. This is a case where prevention is better than cure. Now, the district plan already requires network utilities to comply with ECP 34. The same obligation should apply to new buildings and residential activities. Specific details of the relief PowerCo is seeking are set out from paragraph 17. This change would make the NDRS provisions less enabling of development, albeit only slightly. Consequently, the relief must meet the requirements to be a qualifying matter. Now, I cover qualifying matters from paragraph 22, and they're also addressed in PowerCo's submission. I'm not going to go through this in detail, except to note that operational risks and time and cost implications, particularly health and safety risks, mean that separation distances should clearly be considered a matter that makes density inappropriate under section 77IJ. Electrical separation distances are exactly the type of matter that qualifying matters were intended to incorporate, with the Select Committee report stating that qualifying matters could include ensuring residential housing is safely set back from high voltage transmission lines. And that reference is at paragraph 31. Aligning the rules in PC 92 with the requirements of ECP 34 is the smallest limitation on MDRS that is necessary, and PowerCo is happy to work with the Council or Committee if any further information is needed to inform the assessment requirements in the Act. From paragraph 41, respond to the officer's report and evidence which states that it is not the Council's role to administer ECP 34. I agree, and that's not what PowerCo is seeking. What PowerCo is seeking is that the committee give effect to responsibilities under the RMA by ensuring potentially incompatible land uses are properly separated. The best guide to safe separation from electricity lines is given in ECP 34, and compliance with the distances in ECP 34 is the best way for the Council to meet its responsibility of ensuring community safety as required by Section 5 of the RMA. It is in any case common and appropriate for the RMA to overlap with other legislation and rely on external rules and standards. I've set out a brief case law summary from paragraph 46, and the Western Bay of Plenty District Plan already applies or duplicates a host of non-RMA rules and standards, some of which I've set out in paragraph 49. Most relevantly, the National Grid electricity buffer in the lifestyle and rural zones already duplicates code separation distances for Transpower and references compliance with the code, and have already noted that activity performance standards in the district plan require network utilities to comply with ECP 34. If it is a specific reference to ECP 34 that's the problem, then PowerCo is happy to work with officers on specific separation distances or criteria that could be applied instead. On paragraph 57, respond to concerns about extra costs and time requirements for compliance with PowerCo's relief. Responsible developers or their consultants will automatically ensure that separation distances are complied with when preparing development plans. And preparing a report on compliance with ECP 34 will do no more than formalise existing good practice for most developers. Unfortunately, as Gary's images have just illustrated, not all developers are informed or conscientious about safe separation distances. It is those developers and their workers who will benefit most from a specific requirement that those separation distances be assessed and confirmed. The frequency of non-compliance would be significantly reduced by including ECP 34 requirements in the district plan. These changes do not even pose any substantive new constraint. ECP 34 is a requirement under the Electricity Act in any case, but what we're seeking today is an integrated approach which uses planning rules to provide complementary support and management of an identified risk. And I submit this approach is effective and efficient within the meaning of those words in section 32. A requirement to assess separation distances will likely either motivate developers to comply and so secure permitted activity status, or it's likely to be only one of a number of non-compliances that would need to be assessed by the council. Paragraph 67, in relation to the specific wording sought, PowerCo is certainly open to alternative formulations that achieve the same or similar outcome, but would strongly urge that the asset owner, in this case PowerCo, be involved in the assessment at some point. PowerCo has the in-house expertise to readily assess compliance with the code, and early engagement between the developer and Powerco will likely result in most issues being resolved without any need for council involvement. Paragraph 71, in relation to advice notes, as noted earlier, advice notes are non-binding, they're commonly understood as such, and they can be readily ignored or overlooked. The current provisions in the district plan do not add an advice note for network utilities requiring to note compliance with the code, and this would not be an effective way in ensuring residential developers comply either. In conclusion, this is a minor change. It aligns with existing requirements in the district plan and will improve safety and network operations for minimal cost or effort. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you for your presentations. Are there any questions from the panel?
Over the years, I've heard a lot of evidence about electromagnetic fields surrounding high tension power lines. Is there anything that we should be considering with respect to that, or are those concerns entirely contained within the electricity, whatever they call, standard?
There certainly is an international standard known as the ICNIRP, International, what is it? On non-ionising radiation as one of the standards that all of our assets are designed to comply with. And my understanding is, provided compliance is, that those assets are in compliance with those guidelines, then there's no risk to human health as a result of those assets. Certainly with buildings coming closer to an overhead asset, that could potentially be a consideration. I'd need to check the district plan provisions. Most district plans do require overhead assets to comply with those standards in any event. So I'd need to look further into that.
If you find that there are matters that we should be taking into account, bearing in mind there is no appeal from our recommendations to council, could we be advised through the council secretariat?
I can, certainly have a look into that.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your presentation. I've just got a couple of relatively minor questions. Thanks for that standard that you provided. That's really helpful. I just wondered if there are any other locations in New Zealand where they do have the ECP 34 incorporated into a similar standard like this.
To be honest, we haven't looked any further. I mean, Western Bay Plenty District Plan already does have it. In two places effectively as an obligation specifically on network utilities. So what we're seeking here is almost the other side, that it also applies to developers, and also on the National Grid Buffer Zone, where it's not ECP 34 isn't applied as a specific requirement, but they've used the distance instead, and then referenced ECP 34.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't talking about distance standards. I was talking more about actually specifically incorporating ECP 34 into a standard.
I haven't looked any further beyond Western Bay Plenty unless.
And then my other question is, would you envisage this only applying to the new MDR zone, or so chapter 14A, or would you envisage it being wider than that?
I would only take it as applying to the MDRS provisions, because that's where that real intensification can potentially happen in close proximity to our networks. Other general zonings would have a greater front yard buffer.
Thank you. Thanks.
Kia ora korua. Just got a question about whether you think possibly the same outcomes that you're seeking could be achieved through just better awareness of ECP 34. ECP? Yeah, ECP 34, in terms of consenting, because I'm aware that council staff, consenting team especially, have a lot to, they advise developers, a lot, and work closely with them in the very early stages of their development. So could it be something that could be achieved through the provision of materials that say, hey, look, you've got to actually comply with ECP 34.
Certainly, as an organisation, we're looking at ways to improve awareness of ECP 34. So we're looking at a number of different potential avenues to work through, and certainly through councils, through professional organisations such as architects, draftspeople, etc., trying to increase that awareness. So this is I see as another tool to increase that awareness or requirement to comply with that standard. I think where it's not mandatory to consider, it tends to get pushed a little bit to the side. So that's really why we're seeking inclusion within a specific standard within the plan. So it must be considered, as opposed to we should consider it.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions. That was very clear and very helpful. Thank you. Thanks for your contribution today.
Would it be helpful to have a look at some other district plans and provide some further information?
If you have got examples you can provide to the panel, that would be very useful.
We'll have a look and see what we can provide.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Right, we're back to the council.
We do have someone available to speak to the North 12 model issue. So we have Rod Barnett, who is sitting in the back row here. So
Right.
he was here for the North 12 presentation this morning. He's the council's senior business analyst for the General Manager of Infrastructure Services. So he can speak to your query around whether the model takes into account a population of 13,000 or 16,500. So he's available now.
Very helpful, thank you. Do you mind coming to the hot seat?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, it's a warm seat, really. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A little bit of introduction for myself. My name is Rod Barnett, and I'm Senior Business Analyst for GM of Infrastructure, and have been for the past couple of years. Prior to that, I was Senior Business Partner, or Management Accountant, if you want, for the finance team for over 8 years.
Right.
So during that time, I've been well involved with the financial models, the structure plan models. And I did hear some of those questions from North 12 this morning, and have prepared some answers. Excuse me. With regard to the population in the model, the model and the population works on 13,000. That is standard, and the population at the beginning of the model when it was first developed was for 4,720 lots. As of 2022, there was 3,639 lots.
Sorry, can you give those lot numbers again, please?
2033, we were expecting 4,720 lots.
Yep.
In 2022, we have 3,639 lots actually developed.
And just so I'm getting this clear, you're probably about to say this, but is that within the boundaries of the plan change area?
That is for the Te Puke structure plan area.
Right. Okay. Yep.
Which leaves a balance of
Yes.
1,000. Sorry.
Do you mind if we just sort of come back and forward with you on this, just so we get clear as we go? Sorry.
And I assume you're also going to say how many lots have been consented that aren't included in that 2022 figure?
I'm going to say the lots that we're expecting in the model is a further 1,081.
Does that take into account all the lots that have been consented? on the edges?
That is all the lots we're expecting in the model from 2022 to 2033, consented and unconsented at the moment.
Right, so that's slightly different to what we heard this morning where the submitter was talking about this is what's consented and this is all that's left when he was saying 100 or 200, whatever the number was, notwithstanding what you were also saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a slightly different cut. Yeah.
That's correct. If you take that 4,720 lots and times it by your 2.7 per household equivalent, you get very close to the 12,744, I think it is, close to the 13,000 population that the model seeks to recover for growth. There was the first point I'd like to pick up on. The second point was with regards to the wastewater consent. Now, the wastewater consent, we must comply with a resource consent for wastewater within the next 6 years, which is one of the reasons, or the major reason, why council decided to investigate the either updating of the existing plant or building of a new plant.
So that's the primary driver for the replacement, is to ensure compliance with consent conditions.
Ensure compliance with consent conditions,
Right.
and to be able to service a population of 13,000 plus. The 62 million was decided basically for a new plant. The figures that came in before that was up to $55 million for upgrading an old plant with old technology and having doubts about capacity or future usage. And that's a matter of council decision.
So is it fair to summarise it as providing for compliance with consent conditions and limited future growth? Because that's the feedback we had this morning from the submitter, that it was actually all around the 16,000.
Right, okay. Okay, so the report that we received for the plant was for 16,000 people. It allowed for 16,000 people.
Yes.
Council has a calculation that accounts for 14% being allocated to developers from the current population of approximately 9,500 to 13,000.
Yep.
And for Rangiu Business Park, Quayside if you want, paying for 47% of that cost of the total plant.
Right.
The remainder is paid for by the existing population of 9,500 people, plus the difference between your 13,000 people and the 16,236.
So, sorry, I'm slow on numbers, so if I repeat it a couple of times, it might sink in. So you're saying 47% of the cost of the total cost of upgrade will be picked up by the business park?
That's correct.
Right. So what I read between the lines this morning was that the cost was being loaded onto the community to avoid that cost going to the business park, even though it was going to produce trade waste into the system.
That's incorrect. We have
right.
calculated these figures based on wastewater flows,
yeah,
and for the usages of the new plant.
Yeah.
The 14% is relative to the existing 9,500 and the growth portion up to 13,000.
Right. Right. That's really useful. Thank you.
Probably also indicative, if I could, with the supply table that North 12 gave this morning.
Yes.
There's two sections in here related to growth and existing population percentage. And that also demonstrates that we're only charging what the growth is actually using.
Yeah.
The fourth point I picked up was the actual structure plan schedule in the district plan. So our structure plan schedules are updated annually. They're published in our LTP every 3 years, and as council documents, both the structure plan schedules and updated maps are available to public annually or at any time that they request them. And of course, with that process, we encourage external stakeholder submissions to those annual plans and those LTP processes. I do take the note from one of the members about having an agreed structure plan understanding, and structure plans and the maps have been provided to North 12, and we have offered on, well, I've offered on numerous occasions to take them through that.
Yes.
That latter portion hasn't been taken up.
Yes.
So that may be where some of that misunderstanding occurred.
Yes. So you're comfortable if we produce a direction in this space, and I think we probably will, engaging with the partnership for the purposes of trying to at least agree where you can and clarify where you can't, with some reasons next to that.
Sure.
That would be really helpful, thank you. Right. Yes, sorry.
Kia ora, I've just got a quick question about the area that North 12 submitted was unsuitable for residential development, and whether that's included in the 4,720 lots that's part of the formula being used for the FinCos?
Yeah, the 4,720 lots is from the expected population. So irrelevant of where it is, it's a cost recovery model, if you want.
Yeah.
It is a growth portion cost recovery model, which produces a financial contribution per lot. So irrespective of where those lots occur within that plan, we still work on the population and the number of lots that are generated.
Okay.
Against a population of just below 13,000. Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the team? Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right, that's it for this morning. We are, unless there's anything else from the council now, we're going to oh, yes, please. Yes. Thank you. It's slightly random, but it's fantastic having the team here to fill the gaps as we go. Yeah.
By definitions, did you want to know how we define industry or what activities are provided for an industrial zone?
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Quite a long list. Okay. So industry is a permitted activity. Most of those activities are permitted, so recognises that that zone is for those reasons, and therefore you go ahead and do that. So industry, manufacturing, processing, packaging, dismantling activities, engineering workshops, including panel beaters and spray painters. So that's captures industry. But in addition to that, you've got storage facilities, warehousing, cool stores and pack houses. You've got retailing related to what I just mentioned, building and construction, wholesalers, retailers, commercial services, which by definition is things that service the community, banks, post office, insurance offices, government agencies, dry cleaners.
I don't think the concern is with the lighter end. So no, it was, I guess, what doesn't it provide for?
It doesn't provide for housing. It doesn't provide for commercial.
So it could have a tank farm there.
What's that, sorry?
It could have a tank farm there.
A fish farm?
No, like a
fuel
fuel storage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's industry and similar activities. It doesn't allow for residential, commercial, other things that are zoned elsewhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can perhaps add a few more comments to the context of the Francis Road area.
Yes.
I think the key thing is it's actually 2 land holdings that have been zoned industrial in that area. One zoned by Jace Orchards, which is the biggest site, which is about 4 hectares.
Yes.
And
that was the site that he talked about being highly productive land.
Yeah, it was a former orchard site,
Yes.
but most of the areas that David was talking about is perhaps on the other side of Francis Road. So you've got the other neighbours actually got avocados, he's cursing about at the moment in terms of productivity. But the area is also affected by the Wakakatahi destination alterations, so we're actually losing land there. You'll see on those plans that's actually also includes the area that had a natural open space zone in that area as well, which is one of the other areas in contention with regional council. So it's all been encompassed by that. So we're losing industrial land there, and also on the Budding site too, that actually that area also contracts in terms of industrial land supply. There's actually a smart growth study at the moment that's identified an industrial shortage of land throughout the wider sub-region as well. The actual Wakatahi have also, I understand, done noise modelling in this area, and the greatest noise effects likely from the state highway rather than the activities on a fairly small industrial area.
Right.
So it's sort of that sort of context is it. I mean, I'll only be guessing, but I would imagine knowing Jace that they're likely to purchase any area adjacent, and they've got interest in the horticultural side of stuff. So there's a fair range of activities that could occur, but it's I don't really foresee it being anything of a heavy metal type, but it's always possible.
Yes, so it's not, you can't discount heavy industry.
But the size of the sites and location, it's probably not likely in my experience.
Thank you very much, that's really helpful. Right. Nothing else from the council team at present? Right, we'll be back after the lunch break. What time is that? Back at 1. Thank you for your time today. Thank you. Yes, our real chair is operating over there. Look, welcome to you and your team. This time is all yours, so as you see fit, and I think you saw from our sessions yesterday that if it works for you, we'll hear from everyone and then ask questions.
Great, thank you. Kia ora again, and thank you for having us and again for accommodating Mr. Stiles yesterday. Just on that, I will follow up with where they've got to. I know John was busy today, but I'll discuss with Ms. Gunn or Russell McVeigh, and we'll get a confirmed time and a response. As Mr. Stiles said, this isn't his first rodeo with him and Dr. Childs, so I imagine they will be able to come up with something. So.
Yes, and Mr. Matheson, we don't want to give the impression that we've got all the time in the world.
No.
But we did talk this morning about perhaps taking the time it needs. So if it is going to take a few more days and we adjourn the hearing until that's resolved, we think it's probably worth it in respect of a number of critical issues.
Great, thank you very much. So I have with me Ms. Benneker next to me. She'll be giving evidence first, Mr. Osborne to my left, and then Ms. Tate. So in terms of the legal submissions, you've got the written submissions. That has a lot of background in it, which I'm happy to be taken as read. I thought it'd be more helpful, if it's okay with you, to I've provided a hand up this morning, which I guess focuses on what seems to me to be the key legal issues, which is jurisdiction, Policy 3D, the Omokoroa intersection and Kiwirrail issues.
Thank you.
So if I may, I'll just take you through that first, and then we can move to the witnesses.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. The first question is the question of jurisdiction, and it's focused on the Te Puke Town Centre. The Council's legal submissions argue that despite Clause 99, because the Te Puke Town Centre was not included within PC 92, the hearing panel does not have jurisdiction to accept Kaingora's proposed changes. So those are the changes, remember, that are proposing to increase the height from about 12 to about 24.5 metres. With the addition of additional controls in terms of outlook, outdoor living space, etc., that Ms. Tate talks about. I do not agree with those submissions for the following reasons. The wording of section 144, so that's the effectively the unitary plan equivalent in the Local Government Auckland Transitional Provisions Act, is that the hearing panel must make recommendations on the proposed plan. The proposed plan in that case was defined to mean the proposed combined plan prepared by the Auckland Council in accordance with sections of the Act. By comparison, Clause 99(1), so that's of the first schedule to the RMA, so that's the IPI process, says that the panel must make recommendations to a specified territorial authority on the IPI. In this case, the content of an IPI is defined by Clause 80E. An IPI means a change to a district plan that must incorporate the MDRS, and there's no debate here that that's happened, and must give effect to, in the case of a Tier 1 TA, policies 3 and 4 of the MPSUD. Give effect to, as we know, is a strong directive, and it means implement. Policy 3D requires that the council must enable, within and adjacent to neighbourhood centre zones, local centre zones and town centre zones, building heights and densities of urban form commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services. As you would have seen from your site visit, Te Puke is a bustling town centre. It is a town. There is no, and I don't understand anyone to debate that.
Yeah.
It's clearly a town centre, and you know, it's the centre of the Western Bay commercial area. So that clearly falls within the scope of Policy 3D of the MPSUD, even at the current level of development. The Council has failed to include intensification outcomes for the Te Puke Town Centre, contrary to the clear requirements of Section 80E. And the Section 32 report omits the commercial zone from the scope of PC 92 altogether. And I went back and checked the Section 32 report, and the map that says PC 92 effectively seems to me to match exactly the commercial town centre zone. The council's evidence is clear that this has been a deliberate decision because it's the council's preference to do it later through a separate process. This is despite Section 80 capital G1A, which prohibits a council from notifying any more than one IPI. This section requires an IPI to be done once and to be done properly. And putting my cynical hat on, I suspect Parliament put that section in deliberately to stop council saying we will stage giving effect to the IPI and we're going to do some now and some a bit later. The clear statutory requirement is that one IPI process is adopted and that must give effect to policy 3D. There is no scope in the legislation to say we'll give effect to policy 3D later. It would be perverse in the extreme for council to be able to avoid the obligations of Section 80E by simply not including certain provisions in a notified IPI and then arguing that there was no scope for anyone to seek those outcomes because they were not on the plan. That would be contrary to the clear intention of the legislation, and in particular the inclusion of Clause 99, which is intended to provide wide scope for the panel to correct any failures by the council to notify an appropriate IPI. In my submission, the reference to Clause 99 on the IPI must be the IPI as defined by Section 80 capital E, not the plan as notified. With respect, it seems that the council are arguing that Section 80E should be interpreted broadly to include the council to allow a wide range of matters that the council wants to include within the IPI, but should be interpreted narrowly to exclude those matters that should have been included but were not. My preferred interpretation is supported by a closer analysis of the Clearwater test relied on by the council. In Motor Machinist, Justice Coase built on the first limb of the Clearwater test, saying that whether a submission can be reasonably said to fall within the ambit of a plan change can be analysed by asking whether the submission raises matters that should have been addressed in the Section 32 evaluation and report. The approach was supported by the Environment Court in the Mackenzie case, noting that the potential for local authorities to stifle debate on matters which may be legitimately the subject of consideration by the strategic drafting of plan change documents, and the Blue Haven and Western Bay of Plenty case, where the court held the above test requires a contextual evaluation, including consideration of any statutory obligations or national policy provisions which bear on the submission. Now, all of those cases I am providing electronically, so they'll all be with you. There were 280 pages and I wasn't going to print those out and bring them along, but they will be electronically available this afternoon. The following quote from Blue Haven is also supportive of a more generous interpretation to the question of scope. And I put this submission in not so much to deal with necessarily just the Kāinga Ora position, but I think from some of the Commissioner's questions yesterday, there were some questions around, well, wouldn't that make sense and isn't this an appropriate time to do it? And it seems to be within the four corners of what was notified. And, you know, if that's the outcome, that is a well-functioning urban environment, why would we stand in the way of that? And so I just make this comment. So paragraph 37, so that case was unusually, that was both Judge Smith and Judge Kirkpatrick, I think, in that case. And it was in the context of a scope of an appeal decision. In that context, we respectfully suggest, and when judges say that, it generally means that they're saying that higher judges have probably got it wrong, respectfully suggest that one might also ask, in the context of the first limb of the Clearwater test, whether the submission under consideration seeks to substantially alter or add to the relevant objectives of the plan change, or whether it only proposed an alternative policy or method to achieve any relative objective in a way that was not radically different from what could be contemplated as resulting from the notified plan change. The principles established by the decisions of the High Court discussed above would suggest that submission seeking some major alteration of the objectives of the plan would likely not be on the proposal, while alterations to objectives, alterations, policies and methods within the framework of the objectives may be within the scope of the proposal. And I guess I read that as you look at the four corners of what was notified, and you can't tie yourself up too much in knots about, in particular, wording of policies, because ultimately it needs to give effect to, as Commissioner said yesterday, it needs to give effect to a wider range of other matters, including, of course, Part 2, or Section 6E in particular, in that context. In all of the cases referred to above, there had to be a submission on which a plan, on which a change was based. And I make that point because a lot of, when you're reading those cases, there's a lot of focus on what was the scope of the submission. And of course, in this case, we don't have to worry about that because of the specific statutory power in Clause 99, which lets the panel recommend a change even though there is no submission. So the only question left is it on the plan change? And that's really where there's a difference of opinion between the council's legal and myself. And in this case, in my submission, the merits of that change, i.e. the change sought by Kāinga and its evidence, which is to increase the height of the Te Puke Town Centre, needs to be assessed against the mandatory statutory requirements for an IPI. Then we've got the natural justice component, and that's the elephant in the room. So I want to address that. But just before we do that, a hypothetical example demonstrates the artificiality of the council's position insofar as potential prejudice to third parties are concerned. If council had included the Te Puke Town Centre within Plan Change 92, so if the diagram had, the lines had gone around it, but it only proposed to allow development to the existing height, but made some other changes, the council seems to be saying that Kāinga would then have been able to seek lawfully under Clause 99 in addition to the height limit from 12 metres to 24.5 metres. But in that case, you still would have the same natural justice issue with people looking at the plan as notified and saying, well, there's no suggestion that it's going to be increased in height, but then a height limit of 24.5 metres popping up. I guess, in other words, where I got to after thinking about that was, and this is at paragraph 8 of my notes, it seems to me that any application of Clause 99 would seem to inevitably give rise to some risk of a natural justice concern, because that's the nature of the express exception. To some extent, I say that's an unavoidable outcome of the deliberate flexibility provided by Clause 99 and the legislature's preferring of substance, i.e. outcome, over form. And any natural justice concern must be assessed on its own particular facts. And I do agree with Council's comments to that regard, to that effect yesterday. It's very hard to answer a question of natural justice in isolation. I think one does need to look at the individual applications of it. In Albany North landowners, Justice Futta noted that such concerns, and that was in the context of natural justice, need to be considered alongside the equally important consideration of enabling people and communities to provide for their wellbeing through the submission process. And that was in the context of people, you know, being able to lodge submissions without worrying about it being taken artificially narrowly. And in my submission, in the context of the IPI process, the mandatory requirements of Section 80E are equally important. It's all right. In respect to the proposed additional height being sought in the Te Puke Town Centre, I submit there's no evidence of any material risk of a natural justice concern arising. Any reasonably informed submitter should have been on notice that the council was required to give effect to policy 3D in respect of the town centre. Now, I say reasonably informed, accepting that this is all quite detailed, arcane planning stuff. So I say deliberately reasonably informed. As a minimum, a person reasonably informed, potentially interested, could have read the evidence filed, including by Kāinga, and would have been alerted to this additional height. In other words, it's not something that's come up in question and answers. It was clearly set out in the evidence, which was on the website, people could have looked at. But I guess more fundamentally, it seems to me it's difficult to understand how a submitter in the town centre could be adversely affected by increasing height from 12 metres to 24 metres in a town centre zone, as opposed to, and I give here a contradistinction, in a residential zone of 8 metres and you're surrounded by single level houses and somebody says, oh, now I'm going to put up a 24 metre building. I think you would have there an issue. You'd say, well, actually, maybe that does give rise to a natural justice concern. What would be the potential prejudice in a town centre zone that somebody could point to and say, I'm prejudiced by now being able to build as a permitted activity to 24.5 metres?
Where previously
12.
was 12. Right.
Well, and, you know, with the town centre zoning controls in terms of setbacks and i.e. none, you know, like, so in that context, and this is why I said looking at the natural justice issues or concerns, one needs to look at the specific context. In this context, I guess I'd say, well, where is this natural justice bogeyman coming from? Who might it be? And it's not evident to me that anyone would be particularly upset. In fact, they might be, well, that's a nice surprise. So, and then finally at section 10, paragraph 10, the concern about a party commencing judicial review based on scope concerns, which was the spectre raised in the council's legal submission, should not, in my submission, prevent this hearing panel from recommending an outcome consistent with the mandatory requirements of section 80E. In other words, my question to the panel is, how has Plan Change 92 given effect to Policy 3D? So then turning to the next question, and remember that this arose in the context of the concern, well, Kāinga's original submission point was to have a high intensity residential zone around Te Puke, decided not, around the town centre, decided not to proceed with that and instead said, well, actually the better outcome is to encourage the intensification in the town centre, and Mr Osborne will speak to that. But there was a strong desire to ensure that Te Puke town centre is enabled for greater intensity than MDRS around it. So by excluding the Te Puke town centre from Plan Change 92, and if no further intensification is enabled, there will be effectively an 11 metre or 11 to 12 metre height limit in the MDRS, which entirely surrounds the town centre, and exactly the same level of height in the town centre. And if your intention is to try and encourage intensity and development in a town centre, how have you encouraged and economically incentivised that to occur? You haven't. And there's a risk that intensive development will go up at any location rather than being focused in the town centre. Which is what I gather from the council's rebuttal evidence, that questions of scope aside, I think there seems to be some general consensus, I might have this wrong, but from a planning perspective, that further intensification in the town centre is a good thing. And I think you'd be hard pressed to argue against that. And then the need for town centres to have points of difference from the surrounding MDRS area was a point made in the Kapiti Coast IHP decision, which was a fascinating read for a whole lot of reasons. And I've got the section there. The first version of Clause 3D, so remember, just for the panels, just to remind the panel, of course, the MPSUD, sorry, that should be Policy 3D, not Clause 3D, it's going to confuse you. So the first version of Policy 3D in the original MPSUD had reference to, I think it was high intensity transport routes, and it was worded differently. You know, when the Enabling Act legislation came in, it specifically amended Policy 3D at the same time. And so that's what it talks about. So the first version of policy 3D focused on the accessibility of an area to services, while the second version, so that's this current version, is focused on the adjacency of the area to the centre. Mr. Banks considered that there's a fundamental difference, as the planned level of activities must be considered in planning, not just existing. The panel agrees with this assessment, as planning for the future is the basis of planning, particularly pertinent to the IPI. So that question of futurity, or what's going to happen, is borne out in the question around what is commensurate with the level of activity mean. Is it commensurate with the current level of activity, or is it commensurate with the level of activity you want to have in your town centre that you plan for? And Kaingora's position, which is advanced here and in other plan changes, is that you need to, because it's planning, you need to look ahead, and you can't look at a tired, sleepy town centre. Not that I'm saying Te Puke is one, but you can't look at a small town centre and say, well, we need to develop other activity commensurate with the current level of activity, because you're not doing anything, you're just maintaining the status quo. So, the panel in the Kapiti Coast go on to say at 71, there is a potential for these areas to grow and provide a wider range of services within the provision of the district plan. In addition, in Mr. Banks' opinion, as the MDREs had not been introduced in the MFE guidance, you can take that as read. And then 73 you can take as read as well. I guess the point is, what we would say is that the Te Puke Town Centre needs to be enabled to a greater level of intensity than the MDREs around it, and Mr. Osborne's evidence covers that. So not only do we say that there is a legal reason why the town centre of Te Puke needs to be intensified, from a planning merits outcome, it also needs to be intensified. And I'll just add one further point here before I leave this topic, and that's that none of this changes or stops the council from going through a future process for finer-grained planning for the Te Puke Town Centre. So this doesn't stop the council doing its further intensive, because there's talk about the council wanting to do a town centre plan and all the rest of it. Enabling the additional height put forward by Kaingoa doesn't stop that happening. I guess the concern from someone who's been through a few of these processes is, how long is that future town centre process going to take? How much opportunity cost is there in the meantime for buildings that don't get built? Is it 5 years, 10 years, 3 years? And that's no criticism. Everyone's busy, but that's the concern. And in my submission, that's why the legislation says you must give effect to 3D, and you must do it in an IPI process, and you can only do one of them, and you have to do it now. So turning then to the State Highway 2 intersection, the most discussed rule probably in the entire plan change. So we understand that Ms. Tate will update you on where we've got to, but I understand there is a disagreement. The remaining disagreements about the appropriate activity status. Kaingoa seeks that any development above the number of dwellings via rule should require consent as an RDA. Waka Kotahi seeks a non-compliant activity status. In my submission, the approach taken by Waka Kotahi is inconsistent with case law, as referred to in the written submissions. Requiring non-compliant activity status is completely inconsistent with the recognised planning principle that an activity should be regulated to the least extent necessary to address the environmental effects of concern. That remains the presumptively correct approach as set out in the Wakatipu environmental case, and is consistent with the Section 32 costs and benefits. The reference here, and I would encourage you to go to that part, that was a Judge Kirkpatrick division of the Environment Court, and it was on what is the activity status for removal of SEA in that context, and there was, I think actually it was either between discretionary and RDO or non-compliant RDO. It was a very similar discussion. And the decision does record, it says, well, from a, as he said, the presumptively correct approach is that we should, as a matter of planning principle and least regulation, apply the lowest activity status that achieves the outcome that you need to achieve, because that is efficient planning. And I guess in that case, in our submission, it's quite clear what the range of potential effects are going to be. It's going to be safety and efficiency. And if those can be appropriately identified in a restricted discretionary activity consent, which we say they can, tick. If they can be declined, tick. What's one left with, and what is the threshold test beyond that actually achieve? In the context of no more than minor effects, which, as Commissioner, arguing that one extra house or two extra houses would have a more than minor effect on an intersection that already has X thousand movements per day would be quite a difficult argument. As would and then in terms of the objectives and policies, they again talk about safety and efficiency. So I guess the submission is, what do you achieve by making it a non-complying activity? And if there's no obvious benefit, then in my submission, the legally correct approach is to take the least regulatory approach. I think that pretty much deals with through to 19. In terms of the KiwiRail submissions, Kaingora does not oppose the vibration alert layer. Mr. Styles' evidence deals with this in quite some detail, but the major concern that he explains in his evidence is the sheer cost of having to base isolate buildings and do all manner of things, when actually the reason may be, misaligned track or something wrong on the actual track itself. And that was the real concern. And because all the ground conditions differ across the entire rail network, it's very hard to come up with a specific rule. But Kaingora does not oppose a vibration alert layer. In terms of the setback, so there seems to be a debate between 5 metres and 2.5 metres. I think KiwiRail said they were happy with 5. Really, really liked 10. I'm sure that will come back, but would live with 5. I'd make the following points. The panel would have seen on their site visit the railway corridor is in cuttings for a lot of it, which in my submission would act as a natural barrier to people entering the rail corridor. The rail corridor is wide, up to 20 metres or more in some places. And at the end of yesterday, Ms. Price put up some helpful planning maps which showed this quite clearly. So, and this means that there's simply no chance of material or people falling off a scaffold into the railway lines, which seemed to be the concern that was put forward in the presentation yesterday. And in fairness, if one looks at some of the Auckland urban rail corridors where they've had to jam 2 or 3 railway lines into a very narrow corridor, you can understand that, because there are some rail lines that are very close to tall buildings, and I understand that concern from a central Auckland urban perspective. I can't understand that from this context in this district. And in my submission, there's simply not the risk of material falling off a scaffold, travelling vertically through the air some 8 to 10 or 12 metres and landing on the railway tracks. KiwiRail have agreed to 2 and 2.5 metres elsewhere in New Zealand. And then 2 of the documents that you'll get are the Whangarei consent orders that was signed by the Environment Court. I've put those forward for 2 reasons. One, they show that KiwiRail was happy with 2 metres and 2.5 metres in the business and residential zones. And it also addresses the costs and benefits of the modelling, noise modelling as well, which are all live issues. That's quite a useful discussion in there. That's me. Sorry that took a little bit longer, but I thought it was helpful too. They seem to be the issues of interest. So
it's very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Benneker.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Lizelle Benneker. I'm a Principal Development Planner for Kaingora. I prepared the corporate evidence on behalf of Kaingora, and I'm part of the national planning team. So my team is responsible for the delivery of the organisation's input into the IPI process across Aotearoa, and including here in the Western Bay of Plenty. I'd firstly like to acknowledge Council and the engagement we have had to date with Council. It's been very helpful, and as Mr Matheson has said, we've gone through an extensive process with the Aomakaroa intersection rule, which Ms Tate can talk to more in detail. briefly, I just wanted to talk about who Kāinga Water is. I think it's common knowledge that we are the biggest landlord in Aotearoa, and we have approximately around 70,000 homes across the country. This is a landlord relationship we have between our customers that we serve. Our second role is really leading in the coordination of the urban development delivery functions on behalf of central government. And I think this is really the primary reason why we're involved in this plan change here in the Western Bay. Further, our statutory function extends beyond just delivering housing. It also includes ensuring the provision of a range of housing choices with good access to jobs, amenities and services. And I think this really ties in really well with Objective 1 of the NPSUD as well. In terms of the Western Bay of Plenty District context, Kāinga Water only have 13 homes within the district, but we have 192 applicants on the waiting list at the moment. And that's not just individuals, that's groups or whānau as well. This means we have a tenfold, and we need to increase homes by tenfold to be able to achieve this wait list. And of this, 82% of the wait list is 1 and 2 bedroom homes. Currently, we mostly have 3 and 4 bedroom homes. We normally achieve an increase in our housing stock by redevelopment, but because we only have 13 homes, we rely on the private market in the Western Bay to deliver within the district. So currently our focus here is acquisition and working with developers to serve this purpose. So really we cannot rely on the existing model of housing, which is large homes on large single lot sections. And to that end, we are interested in how Plan Change 92 reduces regulatory constraints to deliver that and implement the NPSUD to its full extent. I thought I'd cover the key themes of our submission as well, and obviously Mr. Osborne and Ms. Tate will also cover those in terms of the expert evidence. Firstly, I'll turn to Te Puke. As stated in our evidence, we no longer are pursuing a high density zone within Te Puke, and that's after further work that we have undertaken. Instead, we're asking for a heights increase in the town centre of approximately around 6 stories. Ms. Tate has provided standards to complement this, to increase the height and achieve around 6 stories. In Mr. Osborne's evidence, he states that Te Puke is the most significant commercial centre within the district. So it not only serves the Te Puke urban area, but also the regional area as well. And to meet policy 3D of the NPSUD, Kāinga Water consider that heights need to increase to provide for not only homes within proximity to jobs and services, but also to enable a vibrant town centre to service the increase in density of the MDRS. This facilitates urban growth as well and must have a point of difference from the surrounding MDRS, as Mr. Matheson has said. And also, as Ms. Matheson has said in his submission, this is also a legal requirement under the Enabling Act. Kāinga Water continues to pursue this and support this, that it needs to be done now. In terms of the high density residential zone in Omokoroa, we've proposed the high density residential zone for stage 3C to emphasise a different outcome sought within these areas. The 3C area needs a greater degree of intensity. This is consistent with the national planning standards and is also consistent regionally and nationally with the other IPIs. An example of where this is different from 3C into in our high density residential zone is the height in relation to boundary standards. Note that 3C has adopted the normal medium density residential standard intensity planes, which we don't consider will actually provide for high density and the heights that is being pursued within this area. And I'll just further say that the intention of providing the high density residential zone chapter was to provide guidance. The format and style of the chapter can be altered to suit the district plan. In terms of the Omokoroa intersection, the discussion to date is not that a rule is required, but that the activity status of such a rule is what is under contention. We acknowledge that a rule is appropriate for the safe and efficient function of the roundabout, and this is especially so considering we are asking for increased densities within Makaroa. And then, as stated by Mr. Matheson within his submission, and Ms. Tate will cover off further, the non-complying status is inconsistent with the recognised planning principle, then activity should be regulated to the least extent necessary. We consider a restricted discretionary activity status will provide an appropriate consenting framework. Ms. Tate has provided detailed coverage of proposed changes to objectives and policies and provisions within the plan change, but I just want to acknowledge two of those. The first being densities in the Makaroa, and this is to do with the rule in terms of yields. We acknowledge that there may be a difference in definition of yields, and Mr. Osborne will elaborate further on that and how the two can correlate. I won't do that because I can't do maths. But the crux and the intention of the Kāinga Ora submission is to ensure that Makaroa is developed to its fullest extent. This is a shift from the traditional single household homes that developers are used to, but as mentioned earlier, it's much needed, especially considering the typologies that are needed on our waitlist and assumed within the private market as well. In terms of the residential design outcomes, Kāinga Ora requested that this sit outside the plan. We acknowledge that it is an advice note, but we are concerned that the reference to it inherently makes it a tick box exercise to meet when considering resource consents. We're not saying that it's not a good document, it's just not the only one. And I think I've mentioned in my evidence as well that Kāinga Ora have our own design guidelines, which we've won awards for, and these can sometimes be at odds with council's guides. Lastly, I'll turn to the KiwiRail submission. KiwiRail are asking for 5 metres, and we are, Kāinga Ora is seeking around 2.5 metres. As mentioned in my evidence, Kāinga Ora have been involved in many plan changes and proposed plan changes across the country. And in my evidence, I note that the current, the IPI decisions that have come out for Kapiti Plan Change 2 and Hutt City Plan Change 56, the panel has considered that the MDRE standards are appropriate and that the height in relation to boundary standards do provide additional certainty of that. And as Mr. Matheson has said and has provided within the consent order for Whangarei, that provides a 2 metre setback for residential zones and 2.5 for commercial. In terms of noise and vibration, Mr. Stiles has covered that off pretty well and is working on that rule. Kāinga Ora agree that unmitigated noise and vibration is a health and safety concern. We agree that a rule should be in place, but this needs to be on an evidential basis to manage the actual adverse effects. We agree that a noise modelling exercise should be done now to prevent cost burden on resource consent applicants. And then as stated in my rebuttal evidence, Kāinga Ora agree to a rail vibration alert overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you happy to just roll on to questions at the end? Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Philip Osborne. I am an economic consultant for property economics based in Auckland. The focus of my evidence that I've prepared for Kāinga Ora in relation to Plan Change 92 relates to the proposed build height, the permitted height provided for in Te Puke and Omakaroa town centres, as well as an increase in height in the Omakaroa 3C high density areas. The development of compact residential housing options is not only directed by the NPS UD, but is a fundamental aspect of urban form relating to economic efficiency, affordability, improved amenity, and affordable infrastructure provision. The effectiveness and efficiency of planning provisions and the enabling nature of intensified residential development must also be considered for Western Bay of Plenty in the context of the MDRS. The Kāinga Ora relief seeks to increase in the Omakaroa town centre permitted building height from 20 to 24 metres, 24.5 metres, the extension of the Te Puke Town Centre permitted building height from 12.5 to 24.5, and an increase in the permitted height of the Omakaroa 3C area from 20 to 22. The key point of difference between Kāinga Ora's position and that of Western Bay of Plenty Council is the extent to which this intensified residential development is enabled. From an economic viewpoint, this relates to the point at which a balance should be struck between the potential economic costs associated with residential intensification and the economic benefits generated by it. That balance has implications for the locations in which intensification should be focused and the extent of the zones themselves. It is also important to note that the MDRS has inherently altered this relative position and the competitive differential required to direct residential development efficiently into centres, rather than simply to provide for sufficient residential development capacity. The MDRS and the higher density residential sought through the NPS-UD seek to enable residential development capacity that in turn allows the market to offer greater choice in terms of typology and locations for intensified residential development. There's a variety of economic benefits of actually intensification within centres. These include, just as a brief examples, a decrease in marginal infrastructure cost, improved access to employment, amenity and community services, the ability to reinforce travel efficiency around centres, and also improved land use efficiency, which essentially it reduces the average cost or the average site cost for land and residential property in particular. An assessment of the plan change height provisions proposed by the council within Te Puke illustrates the low propensity for high density residential development to occur at all. The heights enabled in the relief sought by Kāinga Ora result in a materially different position with the potential for high density demand to be met in the Te Puke Centre over the long term. While it is recognised that terraced housing will make up the predominant form of intensified housing throughout the district, it is important in terms of efficiency and choice that alternative forms are appropriately enabled at a competitive level. It is acknowledged that not all residential development within Te Puke and Omakaroa will be at the proposed heights, the form and function of which will depend on competing development feasibilities at any given time. However, the recognition of this does not result in an economic cost. The recognition of the increased heights do not result in an economic cost from enabling greater and more feasible heights. While these heights may not be realised in all cases, their provision increases residential development feasibilities and increases the likelihood of improved affordability. While acknowledging the views on heights from other specialties, these positions do not generally impact the economic viewpoint. In terms of potential demand, while inherently not an economic reason to avoid enablement, the fact that this typology is not effectively enabled through Plan Change 92 will, in Te Puke at least, reinforce this position and serve to dissuade the market from this form of development. At the same time, this enablement does not negate the ability for the market to meet demand for other residential forms. Overall, the relief sought by Kāinga Ora in relation to these heights in Te Puke and Omakaroa town centres is unlikely to result in material economic costs and represents an improved economic outcome with a greater propensity for the realisation of high-density residential within the district in locations that are highly efficient. This outcome is likely to improve residential choice in terms of typology and location, accessibility, and ultimately impact upon the provision of efficient and affordable housing within the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Tate, thank you.
Good afternoon. I have put together a summary statement. Have you got a copy of that one? I have endeavoured to distill my 100 pages of evidence, but I've only got to 10, so I'm going to start with an apology. I am, however, just going to hit the high notes in this, which will really just touch on some of the issues that have come up in the past couple of days and reinforce my thinking really on those matters. So turning first to minimum yields, for your reference, I've also added where I've discussed the specific topics in my events in chief to help. So I guess the first thing I'd just like to note here is that my preference is there actually is no yield performance standard. That if a district plan is sufficiently enabling of intensification, that it makes sense for developers to deliver high density residential development, which will deliver housing at a price point that will be readily support uptake, i.e. it will be affordable and the developer will still make their margin on it. So that's sort of my primary position on that, but obviously we've got to the point where we do have a yield standard. So I guess my position is that that needs to reflect the density outcomes appropriate for the zone. So I guess the densities proposed, I don't think that they hit medium or high density yields. I think they'll just continue to perpetuate a low density outcome. There has been some discussion about the definition of developable land and the effect that that has on yield. So as a way to reach agreement on this matter, we're happy to adopt the definition of the council's definition of developable area, which would adjust the minimum yields that Kāinga Ora are now seeking to 25 and 35 residential units in the medium and high density zones respectively. I will refer to high density zone rather than 3C, so hopefully that's not confusing for you.
That's really useful to hear. Sorry. And that is very useful to hear because I've been thinking about what it means to have 50, and we submitted that this morning, and so I was getting that all wrong. And it's useful that we're now speaking the same language in that space. Thank you. Speaking
the same language, but obviously the crux of it is that well, the Kāinga Ora position is more is better, and I support that myself. Yes. So moving on to the matters of discretion. Really, there's just one thing I want to touch on there at paragraph 1.8. There were some additional matters of discretion raised yesterday by Mr. Mornay Hugo. I haven't seen them in writing, so I can only kind of go off what I heard yesterday, but they seem like quite specific matters, and I'm not really sure how the matters of discretion that were crafted through conferencing wouldn't pick up those or allow consideration of those matters that he raised yesterday. So I just wanted to touch on that. I haven't seen them in writing, so that's about all I can comment on there. In terms of the earthworks provisions, I guess there's obviously a real tension between intensification and earthworks. I.e. it's very difficult to achieve intensification if the natural topography is to be retained and things like retaining walls cannot be constructed and relied on for building platforms. So I understand this was feedback that we got during conferencing that the elected members have a concern about retaining walls, which I can understand. There are some pretty horrendously high retaining walls out in Omokoroa. But there is already a rule in the plan or a matter of discretion that would allow consideration of that. And except for the ones on the front boundary, retaining walls generally are, built in front of or landscaped out, so I'm not really sure that those concerns are not already addressed in the provisions to hand. In terms of the cultural values associated with the existing landform, there's no information around this. It's not my place to say if there's cultural values there or not. But if there are cultural values there, this should be advanced by way of a qualifying matter. And it's obviously a matter of national importance for the relationship of Māori and their culture and traditions with their ancestral lands, water, sites, wahitapu, and other taonga. So the door is open there to solidify this and protect landforms in that way if that is actually something that needs to be done. So, like I say, it's not my place to say if those values exist or not. I'm just saying that there's a mechanism and a process there to deal with that. In terms of the Te Puke Town Centre, there's been lots of discussion on that. So I won't labour here, but just touching on a point that's already been picked up, I think that there's general support from the reporting officer for these increased heights in the town centre. It's just about the process by which those might be achieved. And while I appreciate that there's a spatial plan in progress, it does not, in my opinion, override the council's requirement to give effect to Policy 3 as part of this process. But you've heard a lot from Mr. Matheson on that, so I'll leave that point there. The high density zone, just jumping to paragraph 1.20 of my summary statement. It would seem that the reporting officer's primary concern is the volume of new information that would be introduced into the plan as a result of the new zone and the burden that this would place on plan users. I hold a contrary view to that. I think it's typically a plan, someone using a plan would refer to the planning maps and they would see that it's high density zone and they would go to that chapter and they'd work their way through. Whereas the way the plan is currently drafted is you would see it's medium density and then you'd have to filter through the rules to find which apply to 3C, stage 3C or whatever it's called. So I actually think that a new zone with a distinct purpose and provisions is the most efficient way to articulate the information to plan users. Papakainga, I haven't really added anything more in here from what was in my evidence in chief. But the door is open through Section 80E of the Housing Supply Act for council to provide for papakainga through this process. There is no definition for papakainga in the Western Bay Plan at the moment. The plan does provide for activities in relation to Māori land, but I think that's quite a clear distinction between what Kāinga Ora is seeking and what the plan provides for, is that the focus is on intergenerational living in a shared living space, rather than tying it to Māori land under the Māori Land Act. And I've got a couple of rules which I've just put in there again, that obviously we don't want to shift the focus in the residential area into large shared spaces that are inconsistent with the residential zone. So I've advanced a rule there that keeps those spaces relative to the papakainga housing. The State Highway 2 intersection, I hate to say it, we're back here again. So yesterday I met with council representatives and Waka Kotahi representatives to discuss the rule. I'm happy for there to be a rule, particularly as I'm also promoting greater densities. So it makes sense for a rule to be there to ensure the safe and efficient operation of the intersection. We were able to agree yesterday on the number of residential units, which is 2,680, which is just shy of the full build out planned for stage 3. So it goes a long way to enabling development within stage 3. However, there were a number of elements of the rule that were not able to be agreed. Activity status, which we've already heard about, the activities that would trigger the rule, and the meaning of approved residential units. So just firstly, I want to touch on the activity status. So the objectives and policies haven't actually been talked about very much with respect to this rule. So through on page 7, through my evidence in chief, I put forward one objective with 2 prongs to it, and a policy, which is actually the policy that Waka Kotahi advanced. So the objective there is an existing objective in the plan, and then Waka Kotahi, I've added here on page 7 of my summary. They advanced an objective and a policy as well, but they were both new. I'm comfortable with either of the objectives and the policy, but I think it makes more sense to rely on an existing objective that's already in the plan as it's fit for purpose. I think I've lost my way here. But I guess the key thing there that I just want to acknowledge is that neither of the objectives or the policy are avoid policies. They speak to a safe and efficient operation of the intersection and providing for development in line with the upgrading of the intersection. So I don't consider that the language in the objectives or the policies is sufficiently strong to then cascade into a non-complying rule. I think the cascades into a restricted discretionary rule. And then the second point on that is that, as touched on by Mr. Matheson, the issues are able to be very clearly articulated and can be set out in matters of discretion, which I've included on page 8 of my summary from my evidence in chief. So that's just the discussion I had on in addition to my evidence in chief on the status. There was also some discussion about whether or not the rule should be triggered by subdivision and residential development of 4 or more units, or subdivision and just a lone unit. And I think that this is a procedural matter. To apply it to MDRS would require it to be a qualifying matter, and that's not how it's been advanced. So I think that the trigger needs to be subdivision or and or 4 or more units rather than just a solitary unit or up to MDRS. Lastly, and I certainly won't labour over this point, there was discussion about how the counting of those 2,680 residential units should be undertaken. Mr. Clow has put some thought into this. From our brief discussion, I'm kind of happy with where he lands, but I think it will be based on resource consents that have been granted to ensure that the information is up to date. So KiwiRail, so again, this has been well traversed. We all agree that a vibration alert layer is appropriate. In terms of the modelling, I guess I just wanted to point out there that there's other large transport infrastructure that relies on noise control boundaries, and they model theirs. So it's unclear to me why KiwiRail would not apply a modelled approach. That seems to be the more standard planning approach, and it provides plan users with a lot more certainty. Lastly, on the setback, I don't really think I've got a lot more to add to this, but just note that Ms. Benica pointed out examples where the Environment Court and other councils have either been happy with the MDRS setback of 1 metre or provided for a small increase to the setback of 2 to 2.5 metres. So I don't think that KiwiRail have adequately demonstrated that a 5 metre or indeed a 10 metre setback is needed. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully I summarised 100 pages succinctly enough for you.
Useful. Thank you very much. Look, we'll take questions in the sort of normal order. Commissioner Fee.
My area of questioning lies under 2 heads, and it's up to you, Mr. Matheson, who responds. The first head is the general thrust, which Ms. Tate encapsulated so brilliantly by saying more is better. We heard evidence this morning from a developer who is probably the most active and has been the most active for some time in Te Puke. And he talked about the difficulties of producing higher densities than 25 or 30 units per hectare. And the pushback from potential buyers or tenants against even developments at 30 units per hectare. So I appreciate that PC 92 is enabling, and I appreciate that Kaingaroa has been given or dealt a very difficult hand to play by government. But what can you tell us about what Kaingaroa is doing to push beyond 30 and up to 50 units per hectare? Is it wishful dreamland, or is it actually happening somewhere around the country?
Ms. Tate's just reminded me she's also got some examples in her evidence, but obviously we do deliver these types of densities in a lot of the larger regions, and currently are trying to also deliver that in Tauranga City. Western Bay is obviously quite new to us in terms of what we're trying to do there with the low stock numbers that we have, but have got quite a few of turnkeys that we're currently looking at as well that are all at the medium density standards. I think for us, it's really just important to note that at this time and place, the market might want something, but in terms of wanting to put something in a plan, we are forward thinking as well, and that market may shift. So we've seen that quite a few times, and we will see it again. So it's always, it might seem aspirational now, but it is being delivered in other areas. And just referring back to my evidence as well in terms of how many people we have on our wait list and how many homes we have to produce, intensity is obviously definitely one way of achieving that.
Just from a just in response to that, as from a personal point of view, is there somewhere within a 3-hour drive that I could go and actually have a look at a development in the 40 to 50 units per hectare bracket?
Currently within Tauranga, we're still in design phase of looking at around the 50 dwellings or more per hectare here on our this rapid transit corridor, as TCC are now calling it. We do have some developments, medium density developments in Hamilton that are currently in place, and then also Rotorua we have a medium density, trying to get a bit more than medium density there as well, in Glenholme. But obviously, really good examples of higher and medium density, Hobsonville Point, and then in Wellington as well, where we're achieving that, but it might be a bit more than a 3-hour drive.
Not beyond my capabilities. So Hobson Point would be the go-to place, would it, to see what's happening?
Yeah, I think that is probably one of our gold standards of what we're trying to achieve in terms of medium and high density.
Thank you. Second area, I think you wanted Mr. Osborne to comment on that too, did you? Happy to rest your case. The second area relates specifically to the Te Puke town centre, and I know it well, and there's nothing over 2 stories at the moment. What you're seeking is from 3 up to 6, maybe 7 maximum. Let me fly a kite for you to respond to. The council could well, I don't know if they do, but they could well take the view that that's pie in the sky, and they are carrying out the preparation of a spatial plan. And if there is a case for increasing from 3 to 6 stories, the spatial planning process would be the time to consider that rather than now. How would you respond?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm happy to respond from a legal point of view, and that's the council has to demonstrate how it has met policy 3D for the Te Puke Town Centre. And I don't understand how doing nothing, which is what's happened, meets policy 3D. So I do agree with you that was my impression of the Te Puke Town Centre. It's at 2 levels. I was in Selwyn a while, similar hearing, and had a similar conversation. And a lot of the town centres are of the heights they are because of the zone rules that were in place. And my submission is, if one allows through this process 6 stories, there may be 1 or 2 buildings that get put up that's 3 stories, 4 stories, 5 stories, 6 stories. And is that going to be the end of the world if that happens? And if you don't allow it, it will never happen. Because from a commercial risk perspective, if I'm asked by a developer, do I breach a height limit? I will tell them that is the riskiest thing to do from a notification perspective and from a potential consent outcome perspective. And so for me, at a legal level, it's the policy 3D obligations, firstly. And then secondly, the opportunity cost that you get from somebody building a 2-story building when they could have built a 4 or 5 or a 6-story building. Because once it's built, it's built. And that piece of land is effectively gone on the basis that you don't knock down a 10-year-old building and put up another 2 stories on it. So it's that opportunity cost as well. But I think this is squarely, Mr. Osborne, do you want to add to it?
I think you did a good job, actually, of explaining that. I mean, essentially, it's a true statement. If you don't allow it, obviously it's not going to happen. The risk is significant. In terms of the market acceptance at the moment, I would agree with the developer that it is not there at this time. That at this time there is not the level of amenity and vitality in the centre that would allow that sort of construction at that sort of a level to happen from a private point of view. There are obviously other development entities such as Kāinga Ora and iwi providers and so forth that aren't necessarily looking at that margin of profit that have the potential to develop it in the short to medium term. The ability that we're looking for here in Te Puke Town Centre is enabling it to actually provide this in the long term. And as has been said, that opportunity disappears if you build new buildings at 2 or 3 levels now. The chances of knocking them down in the next 50 years with those development margins are non-existent. So the first sites to go in a town centre will be the ones that are most feasible at that height generally, because they are the most profitable sites. So they're more likely to go 2, 3 levels, and therefore you lose that opportunity further into time. And the chances of actually creating that critical mass and the opportunity for that disappear if it's just not provided. As I said in my evidence, the likelihood is a lot of the height and a lot of the development of residential product won't be high density, but we're providing that opportunity because it is the most efficient form and it is going to provide economic well-being to the community.
Thank you. You've pulled my kite in.
Thank you.
Thank you all for a really clear presentation. I won't ask the questions about the height because I'm quite comfortable with height, being an urban designer. One thing I will also state is I do a bit of work for Kāinga Ora, just, potential conflict that I might want to raise here as an urban design advisor and on some of their panels. So I'm very familiar with the various guides that you have. And I did want to state that while Kāinga Ora may have their own very good, I might say, design guides, a lot of other developers don't. And I think Western Bay of Plenty have put quite a lot of effort into the residential design outcomes document. It's a very good document. And from our perspective, looking at this, why would you want there to be other developers who don't adhere to good design just because Kāinga Ora does? I mean, I think I'm trying to flip your question back the other way, I guess, because you're sort of stating we don't want to be bound by something because we've got our own design guides and you have very good internal processes. But would you not want the environments that you're building in to equally be really good environments?
good question. What we normally try and do within our submissions is, rather than have it referred to in a district plan, is to have it filter through the matters of discretion. And so that then that can be referred to, the design guideline is still there for a developer to look at and to give guidance to them as well. So it's not to say that we don't agree with the document, and of course it is a good document. It's just that we just don't want it to become a tick box for everyone to have to achieve that. So that's why we normally within our submissions ask for the matters of discretion to really kind of reflect the design guidelines. And we've done this successfully in a few places. Plan Change 33 has done that as well. Yeah.
So then my next question would be, if we're talking about matters of discretion, and this is directly at Ms. Tate, because as you rightly pointed out, Mr. Hugo added a few extra matters of discretion yesterday for us to consider, and some of them were quite specific, but you seem to be suggesting that you thought that they might need a bit more consideration.
I'm not sure we saw them, and
Oh,
we couldn't
okay.
get we didn't get given
So
a copy, and we
okay,
haven't.
fair
So,
enough,
but
yeah.
but Ms. Tate, what I was going to offer is for Ms. Tate to do some more work. Like if the panel would find it helpful, I'm happy to ask Ms. Tate to look at those and provide something.
Well, I
to
think
the
that
panel.
would be helpful, because we have been presented with 3 other matters, potential matters of discretion, and given that you've got a view about an advice note that points to the RDO, and you're not happy with an advice note in the district plan, but you'd rather see matters of discretion, then it would be very helpful to get that input into those matters of discretion before we make a decision. Thank you.
I've got a few questions. I heard Mr. Matheson say context is everything. And so we've talked about successful application of really high density in, is it Hobsonville, Wellington, possibility in Tauranga. But yesterday we were in Te Puke and another, isthmus off the edge of the Moana, where the context is completely different. The communities are completely different. And so I'm trying to work through the concept that you're describing of 24, so I'm not as comfortable as my fellow commissioner about height. I don't like them, and or falling from them. But I think of a 24-metre building, and what I think one of you described as a vibrant, maybe you said it didn't have much vibrancy or amenity. But when we were in Te Puke yesterday, we all commented that it felt like a community that was really caring for itself. It had a real heart and a real centre, and it was vibrant, and it was turning back to things that town centres turn their backs on. You could see that in the kind of design approach. So to kind of get to the end of it, I think what Mr. Matheson is inviting the panel to do is to determine the future design construct for that community in a vacuum, because we are directed to do so by the law. That's probably putting it a little crudely, but I'm very conscious that the district, they may not have been as fast as Kāinga Ora wants them to be, although I heard you say you've got 13 properties in this entire district, under your watch. But the district is moving on it. So they are thinking about design and they are thinking about engaging their community. But we would cut that short potentially with potentially intergenerational impacts as a consequence of that.
Thank you. I guess I need to make a couple of comments.
Yeah.
One is that for a lot of people, this is about housing choice.
Yes.
And sometimes people can only afford or need or want 1 or 2 bedroom houses.
Yes.
And so providing that is a different typology than what you will see in Te Puke.
Yes.
So, and it's a matter of at a district level, making sure that those opportunities are available. So, and I think we all agree that, you know, everyone would love a 600 square metre site and a 400 square metre house, but not everyone can afford it. And it's better that people have a house than not one at all. And I don't think that's disagreed with by anyone. So I think and then that also applies in town centres. And so the benefit with intensity of residential developments is you can get smaller units, you can get apartments, people can live in town centres. You bring that extra vibrancy to the town centre, and I agree with you. I went there, had a very nice sausage roll, but you can bring that. And I also don't agree that making a decision, because the only decision that we're asking you to make in accordance with the law is to respond to policy 3D, and we've made a suggestion to allow that to happen in a way that, in my submission, would meet the legal requirements. That is not a intergenerational change. The council can change the plan again. There's nothing in the IPI process that I can look at, and I looked at it last night, that prevents the council from ever changing these rules.
So I thought you didn't imply it. I might have taken this out of context, but at the start you were talking about the inferred government direction that it gets done properly once.
Yeah. So what that means is you can only use the IPI process once, so you can't stage it.
Yes.
But I guess why I deliberately made the point around the town centre plan, and they can be incredibly valuable, and I'm sure, you know, the Te Puke people and the town centre and board will get in behind it. And there is nothing to stop that process continuing. And at the end of that process, a plan change being promoted that incorporates a wide range of matters. And so what are we looking at here? We're looking at a time maybe of 12 months, 18 months, 2 years, 3 years, until the town centre process goes through the process, and then there's a plan change. So what's the risk of something so adverse happening in that time based on a 24 metre height limit that will destroy the town centre? And I would say there's not.
Yes.
And all I'm saying is that is that literally I would be remiss in my duty if I didn't submit to you that you had to do something about the town centre to comply with your legal obligations.
I appreciate that.
And that's what I'm
context.
And so that's the context for the submission is, and that's why Ms. Tate also suggested some associated provisions to deal with the outlook provisions, etc., which are not currently in the town centre zone, to address that amenity in the event that one or two developers might choose to proceed with a building in the meantime. So I don't want it to be, just for absolute clarity, I don't want it to be seen that Kaingaroa is running roughshod over the aspirations that people have for the town centre. It's absolutely not the case. All we're simply saying is that, you know, that's what the law is. We're here, we're submitting on that, and we're suggesting that this change be made. And as Kaingaroa said, they're very happy to work with the council in terms of a high residential zone around the town centre itself. And then lastly, on the two-level point, I guess I would make the point that, you know, if you're going to have MDRS all around the town centre, it does make sense for the town centre to be more intensive.
Yes, I understand.
From an urban design intensity perspective. So I guess where I get to is inevitably the town centre is going to grow beyond 2 levels.
So when you talk about 12 to 18 months, whatever that period is, things inevitably take longer than you think. And a couple of developers take that opportunity in that time, possibly, even though the primary developer in that town has said really not a show-off that occurring in the near future at a higher level of intensity than they're applying, but someone may do that. Given what we heard, that Kaingaroa has got 13 properties out of what must be many, 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 many thousands, and it will be looking at other opportunities, is it a lost opportunity if it doesn't happen in the next 12 to 18 months and the council comes along through its spatial planning process and enables it? So that they get to exactly the place you're at now, but it takes 12 to 18 months. And in the intervening period, what we've seen, I should have said this right at the start, what we observed yesterday, I think I said it yesterday anyway, Mr. Matheson, was, you know, the horse is well and truly bolted. There's a great deal of consented activity out there that is underway now in both Omokoroa and Te Puke. So there's lots on everyone's plate to fill the gap in the meantime.
Mm. Yeah, well, look, I mean, I can't say that there's, you know, that there's developments that are waiting for you to issue a decision and then we'll jump on.
Yes, yeah,
and,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like that's not the case. And
Yes.
I guess I just come back to this panel and my submission needs to give effect to policy 3D
Yes.
for the Te Puke Town Centre. And I appreciate you might feel somewhat hamstrung by that, and other panels have made very rude comments about the legislation, but we are where we are.
That's right.
And I guess all we're saying is, and I think Ms. Tate can correct me, but I'm reasonably confident that she had also recommended that those developments be restricted discretionary activities in the town centre as well.
Yeah.
So we don't need to worry about some ghastly looking thing appearing overnight in the main street of Te Puke, if that's the concern. So, so I guess the proposition that's being put to you is, if you like, a way to comply with the law, buy some time, let the council go through its process, encourage the council to go through its process. And the other point I make on Te Puke, of course, is for as long as it remains, and I'm sure it will remain for at least LUC 1 and 2, further development outside the into the LUC 1, 2 and 3 zones is going to be very, very difficult. So for no other reason other than the MPS HPL, intensification has benefits. So
yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And I was thinking about policy 3 in relation to the commentary on, what is it, commercial activity and community services. And I think you rightly talked there about planning being forward-looking. It couldn't be any other way. But what if the way in which those things, those community services and commercial activity are going to be delivered aren't understood yet or aren't planned yet? So yes, we're providing for a future, but what if that future isn't planned?
Yeah, well, I guess if you looked at the, I mean, I've in the decision there was talking about, you know, Waikanae Beach and places like that being, you know, centres for the purpose of policy 3. I mean, this is well beyond that. This is on anyone's interpretation as the major commercial centre for Bay of Plenty district. This is the town centre.
Yes.
So to that extent, I think, you know, in terms of policy 3D, it's deserving of intensification now, let alone any planned elements.
And Omokoroa?
Yeah, I guess I know less about I know less about that, but that seems to have gone through that planning process in much more detail. I think that seemed to be the
yes, I think
view
that's
from
probably
council.
fair too.
Yeah.
All right. In terms of cultural values, I think Ms. Tate, you were talking about that a little earlier on. Can you just take me through again the way in which you envisage those values being addressed through the processes ahead? I'm not sure whether you were talking in a policy context or in a consenting context.
So as the matters of discretion are currently drafted for 4 or more units, it requires consideration of the natural topography and the cultural values of the landform in, I think it's predominantly an Omokoroa issue.
Yes.
And that could act as a handbrake to MDRS if you're not alike in that, if the need to maintain the landform for cultural purposes handbrakes MDRS, then technically that should be advanced as a qualifying matter, which is readily available to the council to do.
So just keep playing that through for me. So now it is technically advanced as a qualifying matter. So what happens next?
Well, then it would limit MDRS within Omokoroa.
Right.
then there would have to be judgments made as to what's okay and what's not okay.
Right. Yeah, so I can probably say,
Yeah.
so the proposition was, it's MDRS. You can either have existing qualifying matters or you can put forward new qualifying matters. The effect of the qualifying matters can only be to reduce MDRS down to underlying existing development rights. It
Yes.
can't, and that was the Waikanae
Yeah.
decision. But either of those, either the existing qualifying matters or new qualifying matters, need to go through an assessment process as part of the start of the process.
Yes.
And I think what Ms. Tate's view was, if I'm right, is that to her view that hasn't happened, and if that was the intention, then that should have gone through that specific set of that work. Once you get beyond MDRS, then it's then you can have that discussion.
Yes, because as I understand it, it hasn't been assessed. Those values haven't been assessed. They're not well understood, and our current response to them is very, I think, old-fashioned is the right description, where we go, well, look, we've got provisions for discovery, accidental discovery, and addressing koiwi. Those kind of bottom of the cliff responses, and we also have got an extraordinary, I think, in the face of the development at Mokoroa, Parirako has a hugely generous kind of response, which they've expressed publicly here, which is that it's going to be fully developed and that it needs to be fully developed to serve the community purpose. And so the protections need to come elsewhere, but it's not to say it's a write-off. That I think we got feedback that, I can't remember the right words, Pierre, but that they wanted to recover the kind of ownership of the values there.
Yeah.
I'm probably putting that wrong.
I think there was Mahinga Kai.
Yes,
The ecological corridor.
Yes. Well, the ecological corridors, yes, but yeah, I think the recognition of existence and then that's properly manifested. So it's a real challenge that hasn't been addressed, and so it's useful to have your kind of feedback on the way that we kind of address it at law.
And again, just to add to that, I mean, if these processes, we're under confined timeframes.
Yes.
The council, everybody, submitters, what these processes do is pull out useful issues that need to be addressed. And if the council wants to promote a plan change specifically to address those issues, then that's entirely open, and that might be the best way to do it. But it does, I mean, once these issues come to the surface, it's helpful, but we are within this confined process, I guess.
Yes.
But that doesn't, I guess I don't want that to mean that, I don't want anyone to think that Kaingaroa's position is that they're not important and shouldn't be addressed. It's just a process matter of how we do that, that's all.
No, and it's clear to us that the council's worked extraordinarily hard in this space over the past, 12 to 18 months. That it hasn't come to anything is not uncommon. That's not true. It hasn't come to nothing, but it's the means. I think you'd tick the box, but the ends are not there.
Can I just add one more thing to that?
Yes.
The other effect that it would have is it would reduce capacity within Mokoroa. So then there's obviously the risk, and that's not to say it shouldn't. These values need to play out the way they play out, but then you'd have to consider things like efficient use of infrastructure, efficient use of land, where to next. The next greenfield area will be much more expensive than, developing as intensively as is appropriate or achievable within Mokoroa. So there are flow-on effects from, qualifying matters. That's a general comment, not just the cultural thing.
Yes, yes, that's
If we were to look at providing in a different process for the cultural values associated with Mokoroa, say for example through a separate plan change, what do you say to the ability of a separate plan, the ability to appeal in a separate plan change, whereas this plan change, there are limited rights of appeal. So is that a form of natural justice or not, where Māori have to go through a different process to have their values recognised or provided for, or given effect to, where the recourse options are greater for, you know, whoever's wants to have an issue.
Yeah, look, I agree. I mean, this process has constraints on everybody, you know, including important cultural values and people who feel that this process has been rushed. And there's a wide range of submitters, you know, I've seen around New Zealand that feel strongly. And as I said, you know, we're in the process we're in, but I guess I'd just reiterate, you know, there are other processes to come, and you know, will come over time, and whether we have a new RMA or not, whatever happens, you know, these are things which, you know, once they're brought out into the light, can hopefully be dealt with, and you know, ultimately you just need, you know, as a hearing panel, you need people to come and bring you these things, but you can only do with them within the constraints you've got too. Yes, so I understand that.
Thank you. Look, last thing for me is just, I think it's explicit, but is the one thing that's agreed in relation to the intersection issue that safety is the fundamental driver? So if we are thinking about non-complying versus restricted discretionary status for activities, that if we were to think about safety as the fundamental thing, that would be fair?
Yes, that's agreed, that the intersection needs to operate safely and efficiently.
So yes, and your argument is that the RD does that. Yeah, all right. Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you very much.
We really do appreciate your time and energy into this, and we're obviously thinking about those issues we might come back at, working with council, and so we may be coming back to you. We're more than likely adjourning the hearing for a short period just to work through a number of these things. And as Mr. Matheson says, it's everyone's working in quite compressed timeframes. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Yes, we're just going to take a break for 5 minutes, if that's all right. And I think we've got, is it Pete Lind online? We've had some internet issues, but all sorted.
Yes, I'm here now.
All right.
Let me know if the internet connection is not very good. I'm also
Good afternoon. Look,
I've got a croaky voice, so I'm working from home, so apologies for that.
that's fine. We're going to have to listen pretty carefully. If you've got any way of turning the volume up at your end, that would be helpful.
Yeah, a lot of my a lot of the things I'm going to show, hopefully I'll do it with the share screen, just to give some spatial context to what we're wanting to do. Okay, so let me know if you can't hear me or anything. So I work with Blackbridge Group, and I'm just going to share my screen with you now.
Turn your camera, sorry, stop. Are you able to turn your camera on, or is that going to destroy the connection we've got? Oh, there we go. We've got you now.
Can't do anything about the face, sorry.
Oh, no, yep, no, we're blessed. So it's all yours. Thank you.
Right. So I'll just share my screen with you now. Yeah, so my name's Pete Lind. I work with Blackbridge Group, sort of an umbrella company with construction divisions under it. We made submissions to Plan Change 92 under Submitter 19. A lot of the things we asked for, worked with council, it's sort of back and forth. Everyone's sort of scrambling a little bit. A lot of the things we asked for, council's been quite good and worked with us and come up with solutions for providing infrastructure to the site that we have out in Omokoro. So I'll just bring you to this plan I've got here with multiple layers on it and just give some description. So you can see my mouse moving okay?
Yes, we've got that. Thank you.
Yeah. You just mentioned earlier in a hearing that you like to sort of see the pictures to help sort of explain a bit better. So we've got this funny shape for this site here. This is the town centre over here. It's not, you want me to see, north up is a little bit on the diagonal. And this is the town centre. Down here's the school site. This is the latest structure plan, I guess, through the amendments. The council's made through the Section 42 report. The main focus, I guess, with our submission is that we showed what we would like to have on our site after a bit of thought about it. So this is our submission points overlaid onto the site here. So it's all proposed to be zoned medium density residential. This green band through here is shown to be shown to natural open space. If I turn these ones on, that shows the extent of the 3C, 3A, across here would be 3B. So we've got a small strip of area of land is under the overlay 3B. This large bit down here would be 3C. So we're going to be right next to the town centre, the other 3C area. This purple hatch stuff here is the mixed use residential precinct overlay, which allows a bit more commercial type activities, mostly ground level. So we have this site here. It's about 3 hectares of land which we hope to develop. It's currently mostly orchard, so I've just flipped across to like Google Earth. You would have been out on site yesterday. It's changed quite a bit. So our site's sort of bordered around here. All this here is owned by Neil Group. So we have been talking with them. We have been talking with Jace Group over here at the town centre. And all this area is pretty much like all the avocado trees and shelterabouts now taken down. What we do have is this big gully area on the edge of our boundary. So it's quite steep in areas but open in other areas. We met council out there a few times just talking about, I guess, the difference between these two areas here. So a large part of our submission was we asked for some of this purple hatch stuff, which is shown over here, to be shown over here. And we gave areas about 300 square metres and 600 square metres. And we read the planning report from it was Mr. Blow that did it, and he recommended that it be declined, and any sort of land use like that with that commercial flavour to it be sought under the restricted discretionary comprehensive development consent proposal. But we just think, after reading the report, I've got some of the extracts over here, and the reasons for not accepting our request. And while, yes, it could be pursued through a resource consent, we just think there's a higher element of risk that we may not be able to get it through the resource consent process, or things like these comments here, likely to have an adverse effect on the viability of the adjacent town centre area. We appreciate that the town centre has gone through the resource consent process. There's a large bit of land there, zoned to be the town centre. Then we have this residential precinct area through here. If I got an ideal world, this road would connect through to your town centre, but we have this big gully which is now supposed to be zoned natural open space. It's quite hard to get across there. The only way you really get across there will be through walking and biking. Yes. Council have shown these dashed lines here to be like a pedestrian pathway. Part of the discussions with council is we talked about, well, this area here is part of this wider medium density area. And Collingwood has just been talking about having, or trying to achieve density over this area here. We just think that this area here would serve quite well to have these commercial nodes, a bit more assurance that we should be able to get them underway. As I mentioned, if that road was to go through, that would be better, but it's not likely, not likely to get a road through there. So part of the stuff here is we looked at the travel distances. Here's your town centre, here's your 100-metre radius, your 200-metre radius, 600-metre radius. And so while we might be close to the town centre, all these areas out here, we're sort of considering as well that we're sort of moving the hub, not necessarily to be detrimental significantly to the town centre, but just providing that convenience area. I'm working from home today, wanted some lunch, and I went down to the local shops in my car, and that was 550 metres away. I could have biked, I could have walked, I didn't, drove. And I guess what we're trying to illustrate here is, apart from a pedestrian path that goes down through this quite steep gully, we think this is sort of starting to get out of the range of what a reasonable person would walk to get convenience type goods. With about 600 metres down through a gully. That straight line as well, by the way, there's new roadways, pathways and pedestrian crossings and all sorts of things. What we want to avoid, and this is part of the whole smart growth strategy, is that you're supposed to be able to work, live, play, and live, and learn in your own area. And what we're finding is, like, reliance by Tarangaronians on the private vehicle to go everywhere, it's quite a hindrance to sort of future planning. And we gave some distances that people from here would have to drive around. So it's 1.7 kilometres to drive there to get your shopping from the supermarket. We're going this way, down Prole Road, along Mockrow Road, it's about 1.1 k's. And it's even further for these guys to add these distances for anyone living over here. So I think we've just still got an opportunity via the submission to get these areas zoned. And we didn't think about it in isolation. So some of the things we did to come up with this idea is that we went to site visits to Hobsonville to actually see what the future should look like in Western Bay. We developed this document here, it's called Start the process. We called it Atari Prole. Atari is a Kingfisher, by the way. And we looked at the sort of housing typology. This is the company we worked with, Savior Construction, Cedar Homes. This is some of the work we did initially, just to sort of say, like, this sort of shaped site. How do we get the density on it that we want? We looked at different housing typologies to try and get the circulation to the street, building modulation, all these things which come inherently with good urban design practice and good architecture design. So we have thought about it a little bit. Utilising that natural open space area to recreate, create like a walkie pathway right through there. And so part of this early design stuff was talking about having these convenience areas somewhere quite close. So it's been a bit of a moving target because we've had this entry road that's come through here. Part of through the submission process, council have adjusted the alignment of this story quite a bit to the curve. So I put on some overlays. This was some of the early concept stuff we looked at, where Prowl Road would be serving quite a large catchment, and sort of places we're looking to have on the corner would be like a 3-level apartment building with parking out the back, no driving access off the street, and have some commercial eatery types things on the ground level. In the submission, I asked for, I think, 300 and 600 square meters. I guess there's a bit misconception was that was a gross area, and the actual area we were sort of looking at was more around just sort of 200 square meters or 250 square meters of net area. So if you imagine like a cafe or a dairy down there, you're going to have your storage areas, your service areas out there. So it's quite a bit smaller. So it was never supposed to be in direct competition with the town centre. It was only ever supposed to be your sort of convenience dairy cafe place for these guys in this wider area to get to. Yeah, we even showed the pathway going down through the gully to try and connect up with this. But the reality is she's quite steep through that gully. And so I can't readily imagine people living high density living wanting, or finding it unfortunate they've got to walk all this way here to go to this town centre. The mixed use area there, this will be a great development once it's up and operating. If they have ground level eateries with living up above, you've got 22 metres of building height there, or 20 metres, the council's looking to accept 22 metres of height. So you're talking about 6 levels of building right here with eateries on the ground onto the galley area. It will be really a cool place to get there, but what we want to do is get up and running as soon as we can. And part of promotion this area here would be a great place to have high density living. So we've got to find buyers for these units as well. If we develop high density, there's got to be buyers. Part of the selling point of having high density is having these convenience nodes well located. And that's what you find up in Hobson as well. Yes, a bit of a solid about what we've shown down here, that's actually school as well. So prevalent travel route is likely to be down around Prowl Road, down here to the school. We'll have options of having this pathway down here eventually, going through the back end of the school, this way here. This town centre, it does serve a larger area, like we're serving all of Harbour Ridge, Taonui, Waterways in the wider area, and Palmo Views is right there as well. So we're not wanting to take away the viability of the town centre. If the viability of the town centre is affected by 250 square metre net commercial areas, there's a bigger problem there, because we're talking about massive having offices there, supermarket, so as part of the request today is just to reconsider these requests to get the mixed use residential precinct overlay on these areas through here. That was it. With my presentation before I lose my voice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lind. Just so that you know, it was very hard to hear large parts of that presentation. I think I got the theme, but are you happy if you must have had staff members from council working with you on this proposal or engaging with you on this proposal at some stage. Can I just ask, if it's all right with you, can I just ask the staff to clarify anything that they might have heard that we might not have heard in that conversation?
Sorry, I'm only getting half of what you're saying.
Yeah.
I have got the council here.
Yes, I'm just asking the staff if they can clarify
I guess we
anything
did.
they heard.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll speak to that.
Thank you.
I heard my name mentioned in amongst what we could hear. So I went back, I found an email from December last year.
Yes.
We had met with Mr. Lind on...
Just speak up a bit if you can, please.
Yeah, we had a meeting on the 25th of November and we said we'd follow up with a response in writing, which we did. In summary, it says, thank you. We understand you're seeking to extend the mixed-use residential precinct onto your property, those two portions that were shown.
Yes.
And you've asked us whether we'd support it. It's been discussed with our team. We see merit in mixed-use activities to support specific neighbourhoods other than in the area shown in purple. We're not supportive of this for the following reasons, that we already proposed a mixed-use precinct to complement the town centre, so they were adjoining. That was part of the reason for that site being chosen and the amount of land that we chose to integrate with the town centre, and we didn't see an obvious need to further identify other areas of mixed-use precinct. But if there was a proven need for further mixed-use precincts, we didn't see that area of land necessarily was the next place that we would look at. Other landowners could propose similar things and we could assess them all on their merits. So we suggested instead perhaps we've got discretionary activities that allow for cafes, dairies of 60 metres squared and things like that. How about having a think about that and thinking about whether you could perhaps suggest some strengthened rules to allow that to be easier through the consent process?
Right, and that's where he's talking, in your analysis there, that's what he's referred to, and he's got up on the screen now. Just the potential barriers that generates from his perspective. Yeah. All right, that's helpful. Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask the panel if they've got any questions of you, Mr. Lind. Anything for you? No, we have no questions of you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your efforts, and we're sorry that the line's not that clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Now we've got our next group of submitters. The way it's recorded in our document is that they're here together. Is that right? So we've got Running, Goldstone, Urban Task Force, Virgo Holdings and TDD Limited. So are all of those parties here now? Or are we waiting on parties?
So good afternoon, members of the panel, council staff. So my name's Aaron Collier. I'm a planner. The parties are separate. So there's Brunning, which is first.
Yes.
And then there's the Urban Task Force and others, which is following Brunning.
Right.
So there are some legal submissions from Ms. Barry Pacino.
Yes.
And Ms. Barry Pacino is only acting for the Brunnings.
Right.
So Ms. Barry Pacino, I think, was going to join us. I have sent her a text to say you're running a little ahead.
Oh, look, that's fine. We'll take the smoko break for a quarter of an hour. That gives you a chance to get everyone together.
And Mr. Brunning is here.
Yes.
And Mr. Goldstone is also here.
Yes, thank
now,
you.
on the TDD matter, the TDD have submitted also on the designation. And so what we were wondering is if it's okay with you that we deal with the plan change matters relating to TDD, which are only relatively minor, at the same time as the major matter, which is the designation on Friday.
I think that will be all right, as long as you can appreciate that we won't have a lot to say on that matter, but that we will be following up, whatever we do here. That's all.
Okay,
Thank you. So look, we'll be back at 3:15 and we'll start there with Ms. Barapacino. Ms. Barapacino, sorry. Thank you. Right, we'll reconvene. I think we've got Ms. Barry Pacino online with us.
Yes, good morning.
Shut up.
Good afternoon, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I understand we were starting with you this afternoon, if that's all right. You've got legal subs, and then we were running through a number of other parties.
Yes, sir. Sir, can I kia ora koutou to all the committee there, and I apologise that I am having to do this remotely. It was unfortunate that the timing has connected with being here in Wellington at the moment. Can I just firstly confirm that my submissions have been read by all of the committees? So perhaps if I can just touch to some of the key aspects that my submissions touch on that are differing in terms of legal position on some of the key matters that are pertinent to the Brunning submission and its land, and then also the planning matters. So the key
answer to that
difference.
is yes. Yeah, we have read your legal submission, so that would be really helpful if you could do it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So the key difference really comes down to the interpretation of some aspects of the Act. And I might just state here that I don't envy the position that this hearings panel is in, and the hearings panel across the country are in, where you have legislation that's being challenged and tested with different interpretation by different lawyers in front of you. And now you have an Environment Court decision that potentially gives guidance in terms of the Waikanae land decision, but that has also, as you will note from the legal submissions, been subject to High Court appeal. So that's not an easy task for any of you. And so I want to acknowledge that. But what I do want to come back to is first principles, because in my submission, what's clear on the case law that you can be satisfied with is, one, that the case law is guidance, as all of you are well familiar in the context of a council hearing. Environment Court decisions are strong guidance on principled approach. And the fundamentals around the RMA are actually, in my submission, what are important here. And the importance of that is through public plan changes, the importance of public participation. And with that, a corollary, important corollary of that, is the rights of appeal. Then I come to the second aspect of that that's more general and well beyond the RMA, which are principles of legislative interpretation. And that should be that an act should be simple and read on its face. It shouldn't be necessary for you as a hearings committee, or any member of the public for that matter, to have to dwell into drilling out select committee discussions at a committee level to try and discern the meaning of an act on its face. In particular, an act that's actually having to be implemented day by day by planners and by councils around New Zealand. In that regard, I would acknowledge and state that the Western Bay Council's interpretation of this Act is inconsistent with how it's been applied in a much more cautious manner in terms of upholding public rights of participation and keeping IPI hearings and the plan changes in terms of scope to be narrow in terms of intention to ensure that Schedule 1 processes that do allow for full public participation continue. And so in my submission, although the council's legal counsel has said Western Bay is unique and therefore this hearings committee should apply a different approach than other councils have, including Tauranga, I might add, and the Waikato, which are nearby neighbours, that the reason for that is because Omokoroa was well through a Schedule 1 sort of consultation process before it decided to lump everything into this ISP process. In my submission, that doesn't hold weight when it's scrutinised. For example, I can just talk to those that I'm familiar with Tauranga, for example. They had a number of plan changes that were underway, including proposed plan change 26 that had to get abandoned, and in terms of residential was subsumed into plan change 33. They also have stormwater flooding matters in a separate plan change 27 process. There were aspects where there was land that ideally could fit into being urbanised that the council had tagged for its full review, that it has asked either to be dealt with through separate plan changes that are private plan changes going through, such as Tauriko, or it's waiting until it does its full first schedule plan change, which is anticipated towards the end of next year. Now, that's not expedient. If you look at what Western Bay is trying to encourage you to say, is that they're saying in their submissions that because it's expedient for this plan change to lump in a whole lot of well-identified Schedule 1 plan changes, that justifies, as the ends justifies the means, in terms of overriding the natural justice elements that have under the Bill of Rights a presumption of a right to access to justice, to which is embedded in all of our statutes, including in the RMA very much so, in terms of public participation and rights of appeal. Now, I'm not saying that this Amendment Act overrode that, because in the end, the parliamentary decision makers watchdog that looks over acts decided that this didn't affect any Bill of Rights challenges, but that's because it was a very narrow act. It was intended to deal with residential urbanisation. And that's where, in the case of the Brunnings land, none of the proposed zoning relates to residential urbanisation in the intent and purpose to which the Housing Enabling Act is meant to cover. All that it has enabled in its immediate surrounds is rural residential, which, as noted in my submissions and Mr. Collier's evidence, is not an urban zone. It's not an urban zone under the national planning standards when it's looked at its immediate and obvious equivalent, which is large lodge residential, and that's specifically excluded under that Act. It's also not covered in the context of a standalone urban future zone. That's the industrial land that's there, and the zoning, the stormwater is for the industrial zoning. The other issue that Mr. Collier will raise is the concern around it in the context that there hasn't even been a comprehensive stormwater consent granted for Omokoroa yet. And Western Bay is still going through that process. So where that will land in terms of needs and infrastructure has not even been completed by the council itself. On top of that, my understanding, and this appears to have come to light through the course of this hearing yesterday, I believe, is in the context of Waka Kotahi and its needs for the designation, which I understand has been explained to you, has been a work in progress that's still not landed in terms of what is unfortunate, but hasn't been a notified designation, which could have been assessed contemporaneously with this. But the reason for that is that they have been doing substantial reworking in terms of costing for that and the shape and look of that. But what is identified, as I understand it from the latest maps, which I only had a chance to look at last night, and I'm sure that you're in the same position, is that much of the Brunning land is going to be taken up in the Waka Kotahi designation for the highway. And so that really underscores in my submission the importance that this land is kept with its existing zoning, which is future urban, and the existing industrial, which is there, which is a very small part of it, and that it is not rezoned through this process. And that's really the nub of my legal submissions.
Thank you very much. Perhaps before we get into the other parties, because you're here with one party in particular, we could just see if there are any questions from the panel for you, just for clarity's sake. there's none from the other panel members, but the only one from me relates to the ability for us to make a decision in respect of the sorts of matters the Regional Council raised in its submissions to us, the impact associated with MPS FM, Te Mano o Te Wai, the broader requirements of the RPS and Part 2 of the Act. If we were to take the open space out of the equation for now, how would we process it and make a decision without those elements that would satisfy Part 2 of the Act and all the other instruments that kind of sit in that space?
Look, in regards to the open space zoning as a concept, specifically where it relates to a residential NDRS zoning,
yes,
in my submission, I would say that that's generally, as a concept, is one that you could argue, if you like, as necessary. I would note that Auckland Council is doing its open space plan change zoning that are related to its NDRS plan change as a separate Schedule 1 tidy up on the side. So I wouldn't say that what Western Bay has done is one that's commonly been done by the other councils. But what I would say is that specifically in relation to the Brunning land, that open space zone that's being proposed for that land is not relating to MDRZ zoning and its surrounding. There is no stormwater going into the Brunnings land that's going to be flowing from comprehensive NDRS housing that's being applied in its immediate surrounds, because there isn't any.
Yes, I think a number of parties have talked, including the council themselves, have talked about other values that are inherent in those gully sites, you know, beyond just the utility provision for stormwater, cultural values, mahi and kai, other ecosystem values that are present in those systems. So as I understand it, that's been sort of approached as a whole.
Mm-hmm. So again, if we look at it factually for the Brunnings land, yes, those ecological values and overlays are already recognised within the yes, operative plan. And yes, in fact, it will be NZTA Wakatatahi and its designation that will be incorporating those values in consultation with the landowner and the wetland areas. Part of their looking closely at the designation and how it will be designed will be through that designation process, not through this plan change, in terms of both its funding and how it will be designed. So again, in my submission, not only is it not appropriate to rezone this land through this yes, process, but it's unnecessary.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the panel? Right. Thank you, Ms. Barry-Pacino. Perhaps, I'm not sure how you want the rest of your team to kind of advance their propositions, but I'll leave it to you to make that call.
Thank you, sir. It's difficult because they're not right beside me, so you see them more than I can. But perhaps if I could ask Mr. Collier to lead those that are here and get him to now speak to his planning evidence.
Kia ora and good afternoon, members of the panel and council staff. I'd just like to introduce Mr. Brunning to you, who is the owner of the land. As I've set out in my planning evidence, I've really considered two key matters. One is I've considered the appropriateness of the zones that are proposed. And secondly, I've considered whether there's a nexus between the zoning and the MPSUD outcomes in terms of delivery of medium density housing as an outcome. So attached to my evidence is a series of plans at the very rear. And the first one just shows you where the Brunnings land is, and you probably saw it when you did your site visit as you turn off State Highway and go down Omokoro Road.
Yes.
There's also a copy of the plan change structure plan zoning map as notified, and then a revised version of that plan that was provided by Mr. Hextall as part of the Section 42A report. So Currently, the land is zoned industrial and future urban. The current zoning dates from around about 2008 under Plan Change 69. And the proposal is to extend that industrial zone by adding, I think, about a hectare of further industrial, incorporating an area of open space zone, which is a new zone, and adding in some rural residential as well, as shown on the maps. And I agree with Ms. Barry Pacino's comments in relation to the open space zone in general. I think where there is a nexus and that is met between the delivery of MDRS outcomes and the need for open space zoning, then that is appropriate. The issue that we have with the Brunnings land is that there are two designations also on the land. It is zoned industrial, and there are no delivery of medium density housing outcomes associated with it. So the stormwater designation that is there is for a number of ponds that the council had planned back at the time of Plan Change 69, and those ponds effectively deal with the runoff from the wider industrial zone that is effectively to the north of the Brunnings land. So there is effectively a belt of industrial zone that runs further to the north. So in terms of the aspect of the open space zone, as I say, I don't believe there is a nexus between the creation of that open space zone on the Brunnings land and the delivery of any medium density housing. So in terms of the history to the plan change, Ms. Pacino's kind of covered that, and I've covered that in my evidence as well. It kind of has started as a conventional plan change. It's now morphed into what it is at the moment based on the 2021 Act. The appropriate response to the Brunnings submission, in my view, is to essentially leave the zoning as it is. So to retain the existing operative zone of future urban and the rural and the industrial extent that is currently there. I've had a discussion with Mr. Oliver, who I think you heard from yesterday from NZTA. Mr. Oliver's a planner, so I spoke to him this morning about his view on that. He doesn't oppose that. I also talked to him about the extent of the works that are proposed on the Brunnings land, and there's quite extensive cut and fill effectively over all of Mr. Brunnings' site. So Mr. Brunning is also here. He's able to talk to you about what has been going on separately with NZTA. That's effectively a summary of where I've got to in my evidence. So my conclusions are that it's appropriate based on the designations and the fact that there's no nexus between what is proposed in terms of zoning on Mr. Brunnings' land and MDRS outcomes to leave the zoning as it currently is, in other words, future urban and existing industrial.
At its highest level, how does a proposal that's confined in the way you're describing it promote sustainable management?
Well, I mean, I think there are already protections in place for the wetland areas that are there. So, for example, the MPS Freshwater provides those protections already. So the designation process is one which will, so part of the site is already designated, so I think that's important.
Yes.
So that's something you need to, I think, accept and acknowledge, that it's not a start from scratch with NZTA. They're looking to enlarge and widen an existing designation.
Yes.
So therefore that raises questions about the relevance of district plan rules in the context of the existing designation.
Yeah.
And I think also there will be a series of consents that will be required for the future designation changes and for works associated with the existing designation. Now, in terms of the protection of those values, what I have seen is that on the NZTA maps and plans, there is some significant offsetting that is proposed. Now, we can't predetermine the outcome of that, but all I'm saying is that that's something that's been thought of, it's been thought through, and it may be an outcome.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you. I don't have anything further to say unless you've got further questions.
Perhaps we'll just check with the panel and then we'll come to Mr. Brunning. No, thank you very much.
Anything further to say about NZTA?
Just in regard to NZTA, it's been a long time and ongoing, but as they said yesterday, I think it was, that they're going for designation in December this year, so there'll be hearings early next year. No funding for building it, but within their proposed designation, the maps that you've seen, the same as the ones as I've seen,
Yes.
they have designed it around the least impact on those areas that you're talking about, open space, and they have a lot of mitigation for the effects that they have. They are proposing a lot of mitigation. So I think at the end of the day, that is the process for that they will have to go through hearings with this council to mitigate to the community's requirements and the Act.
So in the figure that we've got from NZTA, it would be the same material you've got.
Yes.
It shows a large, what they call ecological restoration area,
Yes.
which probably ultimately will cover the Borrow site as well, which is further to the southeast, is it? Is all of that on your land?
Yes. No, there's some beyond our land.
Right.
Down the Mangawhai estuary a little way on both sides, I think.
Right.
But largely on our property.
So your family's been living with this for
Parents
decades?
came in 1945.
Right. So your family's been there since 45. I'm thinking about this issue, the four laning, and the designation is something that you must have been living with for at least a decade.
I think it was 21 years ago that the existing designation for roading was put in place.
Right. So your relationship with Waka Kotahi in terms of working through these issues, is that reasonably constructive?
Yes, most of the time.
Yeah. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Brown?
I just have one. I mean, this might be a slightly odd question, given that you're asking just to keep the future urban zone, but had you given any thought to what zoning you did want on your land?
Can you just repeat that? I didn't quite hear.
I said, had you given any thought to what zoning you do want on your land, on the balance of your land?
We accept progress and understand what is required. If it hadn't happened, this proposed designation, we would have been developing that land by now. Some of it at least, the industrial area.
Right. And I guess it's only after the designation is lodged by Waka Kotahi that you'll have any confidence about what you do and are able to do with the balance of your land.
We won't have any confidence till the day that they purchase it.
Right. Right. So you wouldn't, if they were purchasing, you wouldn't hold the balance of the land outside of the designation? Or have you got?
We own other land on the other side of the highway.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
What we do with that is our business out
Yes.
in the future.
Yeah. No, that's understandable. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Browning. Thank you, Mr. Collier, for your time. Are you staying through with the remainder of the parties that are here?
Yes, so
Yes.
Mr. Goldstone is here.
Thank you.
And Mr. Taylor is also here, but I've told Mr. Taylor that TDD has been dealt with on Friday. I'm just waiting on Mr. Adams, who's got a separate statement to arrive. I'm not sure where he is, but I'm not sure exactly what the time is, but I did tell him that we had something on prior to the Urban Task Force, but I'm happy to make a start on the Urban Task Force.
Well, could we be moving with Mr. Goldstone, or what is easiest for you? We're here for you and this group, so whatever you think is the most coordinated way to do it, we'll follow your lead.
Sure. Well, Mr. Adams's statement really just sets out what the Urban Task Force is about.
Right.
So perhaps, and I'm not sure if you've read that, but effectively he notes in his evidence that it's a group that was set up effectively as a breakaway from the Property Council.
Yes.
And it consists of a number of property professionals, developers, iwi and hapu owners and managers of property in the Bay of Plenty.
Right.
And so the Urban Task Force takes a very active role in these sorts of processes. So effectively Mr. Adams's evidence has just summarised what the Urban Task Force is and what they're seeking in terms of their involvement in plan changes.
Have you got a copy of that statement that we could have?
It was
not his original statement, but you said there's a summary?
No, it's just
Right.
it's only a 3-page statement.
Yeah, no, we've seen that, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I just say that my lack of questions regarding Mr. Brunning's situation is not because I don't understand. It's because I do understand and have heard the dilemma that he is in other contexts over many years. Just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
So Mr. Goldstone may wish to come forward as well. He has a couple of matters that he wanted to raise with you at the end of my planning evidence.
Yes.
So my planning evidence is on behalf of the Urban Task Force and a number of other parties, including Verco Holdings Limited and Mr. Goldstone and TDD. My evidence is just in response to a number of matters that have been raised in the staff's Section 42A report. And I'd just like to note that I generally support the plan change.
Yes.
And I have some minor changes which I've set out in my evidence, which are perhaps matters relating to minor redrafting more than anything. But there are a couple of more major provisions in the plan that are proposed through the 42A report that I kind of wanted to comment on. The key focus of the submission from the Urban Task Force was really on making sure that the provisions that were proposed were enabling in certain amendments such that they would actually provide good outcomes in terms of MDRS. And there was a particular focus by me on the matters of restricted discretion. And I'd like to note there that I attended the expert conferencing that was held with Commissioner Oliver, and it was effectively a full-day session. And at that full-day session, I think it was very successful in that we managed to reach agreement between all of the experts that were there. I understand you've heard some, I don't know whether it was evidence or just some commentary yesterday from Mr. Scott and Mr. Hugo
Yes.
in relation to that. Unfortunately, they did not stay for the full session, although Mr. Hugo did. He was there as an expert, Mr. Scott wasn't, he was there as a developer. And it was a little disappointing to hear that they wanted to kind of reconvene that session, particularly when they had signed off on the statement in relation to the agreed provisions. So the only provisions that weren't really agreed in that context were those in relation to earthworks. But what was very useful in the context of that session was that the council acknowledged that their concerns in relation to earthworks really relate to retaining. And so you will have seen the Harbour Ridge area, the top of the ridge that runs along the existing stage 2 on Mokoroa area when you did your site visit.
Yes.
And there are some fairly extensive areas of earthworks that were undertaken in that area. And that has been a concern for the council, for some considerable time. What I consider as slightly different is the rest of the stage 3 area. It's not a high prominent area that requires large areas of cut. In fact, it's much more easy in terms of country and more rolling. So I'll just discuss that a little bit further in the context of some of the provisions But I would note also that Georgina Dean, the council's urban designer, was involved in that expert conferencing session. And I would not like to see or have to see that expert conferencing session redone because a couple of people decided to leave that. They were there in accordance with the code of conduct for experts.
Well, yes, and we've got to go back and have a look through that joint witness statement, but as I'd understood it, the concern was whether those who were participating were either in the urban design or landscape architecture expert category, as opposed to planners, urban designers, and others who wish to attend. So as I understand it, that was the concern raised, that there wasn't an ability to have a thorough dialogue with that expert team.
Yeah, I certainly don't agree with that. I think Ms. Dean was there as an expert urban designer from the council.
Yes.
Mr. Mornay was there as an expert urban designer, and Mr. Scott was there, although I think he's more of a landscape architect.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask a question on that? I have read the joint witness statement and there's a reference to 3-stop 1 and 3-stop 2. In what document are those clauses? Hey, can you? Okay.
That's it. I think it was written up and I don't think it was edited, and I think those are meant to be items 6.1 and 6.2.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense now. Thank you.
So just returning now to my evidence, I've set out in section 3 my comments on relevant statutory considerations, and I haven't repeated any of that because I'm sure you're very familiar with it. First matter that I've looked at is really in relation to the definition of developable area, and I've suggested to you that you actually need to exclude stormwater and neighbourhood reserves to be vested in pedestrian walkways. The concern I've got with not excluding those is that if they're not excluded, then there may be some issues around how those matters are dealt with by developers. So my preference is that they are excluded. So for example, if reserves are not excluded, there may be certain pressure from developers, for example, to minimise the amount of reserves that are provided. And my view is those are really important considerations in the context of the future in MDRZ. And I'm really struggling with why reserves and open space areas that are for reserved purposes, including walkways, would not be excluded from the definition of a developable area. They're not developable from the point of view of residential development. And so I've got a bit of a concern around the way in which that's been included in the plan change. There's also a definition in relation to impervious surfaces, which is referred to soil layers engineered to be impervious, such as compacted clay. And I've noted that in 5.5 of my evidence. My concern with that is that will be almost impossible to determine or monitor. And so I would suggest that you look at reconsidering the inclusion of that. In terms of explanatory statements and information requirements, I'm generally happy with where the council has got to in terms of those matters. In terms of 7.1 of my evidence, I've suggested that there is in the in the proposed rules, a recommendation around the deletion of the rule relating to detailed contour plans and existing ground levels and new contour plans. I think that's already set out in a rule which I've identified in 7.2 of my evidence, which is site suitability requirements. There is a further provision that's proposed, which I've set out in 8.1 of my evidence in relation to controlled earthworks. There is a limitation around that in terms of more than 300 square metres. There doesn't appear to be a volume control, but there is a square metre rate that's been applied. My view is that that would be triggered, for example, by the creation of building pads for duplexes. So 2 duplexes on a site, for example, would trigger that. And I'm just wondering whether there is a need for that to be triggered, particularly if sites have already been through large-scale earthworks processes. It may well be that the intention of the council there is to impose erosion and sediment control measures and the like to avoid materials being tracked off site, etc. And I think that's probably better addressed through a permitted activity standard, similar to what's in the Tauranga City Plan in relation to controlling effects from some of those very small scale development sites. There is a new rule that I've supported in 9.1 of my evidence, which deals with stormwater alternatives, and that's incorporation of low impact design stormwater approaches, and I've supported that. What I haven't supported is in 10.1 of my evidence, the council has identified an interesting rule that they've proposed, which is a 50% coverage rule and a 50% impervious surface rule. Now, that is, I understand, in the context of Te Puke. The concern I have with that approach is Mr. Clow has agreed with me that it would trigger the need for resource consents, but in my view, 50% as an impervious surface and 50% as a site coverage rule means that if you've got a dwelling on the site that's meeting 50% site coverage, in order to put a driveway in or a pathway, say 20 square metres, you're going to have to reduce the size of the dwelling, or you're going to have to look to put on-site mitigation in place. In other words, under driveways and storage volumes within each site. Now, 50% coverage is not unusual, particularly in a medium density site. So that's going to trigger the need for a resource consent for almost every dwelling in Te Puke. The issue I have with that is it's an inefficient way of managing stormwater. So in talking to engineering colleagues, it's around about 4 times the cost to install mitigation on site than it is, for example, to make a pond larger or for the council to buy land to create further attenuation and storage. And I just think some further thought needs to be given to that in terms of whether that is the best and the most appropriate and efficient outcome in terms of managing stormwater. I know there are problems in Te Puke. I've just completed a very large development there of around about 350 lots, but that provides for a site coverage area of around about 55%, and there are no impervious surface controls. And through that process, we've had to effectively do a whole lot of stormwater modelling to determine how that is managed and dealt with. In terms of point 13 of my evidence, there is an objective in the plan around amenity outcomes, and I've suggested that urban form should provide positive amenity outcomes in general. I'm not sure that it necessarily needs to provide both private and public. There may be instances where both are not provided, and that's in the context of the policy that is in the NPSUD in relation to the provision of change within urban areas where amenity in fact may be reduced. So I just raised some concerns around whether it's appropriate to include both within that plan objective. Similarly, in terms of the minimisation of earthworks, I've sought in 14.1 that the objective that is there is removed. I have some concerns around the minimisation of earthworks, and as I've said to you previously, I believe the rest of Omokoroa and certainly Te Puke is quite different country from some of the land that was originally modified as part of the Stage 2 Omokoroa area. So I haven't seen any Section 32 analysis in terms of any assessment or modelling which is determining if there are to be development that follows existing natural contours and the like, what is the impact of that on yield? What is the impact of that on serviceability of land, etc.? And I think the important point to note there is earthworks are not done by developers for fun. They do earthworks because there is a functional need often to do earthworks to create flat sites which are able to be developed and which create outdoor areas which are appropriate for use and the like. So I'll talk about something further a little bit later in my statement around the specific issue, which I think is the key issue, and that is in relation to retaining walls. Because I do agree that there can be some appropriate measures put in place in terms of that.
Just while you're in the space, it came up earlier, I'm not sure whether you were here, but with the removal of that objective and some of the other provisions, how are cultural values provided for?
Well, I did hear some of that discussion,
Yeah.
and I believe there are cultural values assessments already completed for Omokoroa. I'm sure Mr. Clow will be able to confirm whether that's the case or not, but certainly the council and Pirirakau have a long-standing working relationship at Omokoroa, and there has been a lot of work that's been done. Certainly the area, as far as I'm aware, has been subject to surveying and what have you in the past. And I'm not aware of any SMAs being identified. But one of the key things I think that you'd need to consider is if there are cultural issues or concerns, and that should properly be a qualifying matter. That's how the legislation envisages those cultural matters being considered.
Thank you.
So similarly, policy 14A2213 in section 17.1 of my evidence, I've referred there to managing the landform where it is practicable to limit the need for earthworks and retaining walls. So I think there's got to be a kind of a practicable approach given to that management of the landform.
Sorry, can you take me to where you were just highlighting that? I was just.
That
I
is
see,
in
at
17.1 and 17.2 of my evidence.
And what does practicable mean?
Well, I think it's got to be fit for purpose. So in terms of being able to utilise the landform for the creation of infrastructure and roads and to create reasonable sites to deliver density.
Because there's when you in Omokoroa in particular, there's quite a difference in approach taken to addressing landform. All right, thank you.
I think it's fair to say too that some of the development that has occurred at Omokoroa hasn't come to this council until large-scale earthworks have been done. So large-scale earthworks consents have been applied for and works have been done effectively as a permitted activity under the future urban zone provisions.
Right, thank you.
In 19.1 of my evidence, I've just addressed the issue of retirement villages there. Currently, they're actually a controlled activity in the plan. There are matters of control that specifically relate to matters of design and compliance with standards, and where those standards are not met, they become restricted discretionary. I've recently completed a large retirement village at Waihi Beach, and that was a controlled activity, and I didn't find that there were any issues with those existing provisions. And so I'm not sure why there is a change from controlled to restricted discretionary when there is the ability for the council to still retain a more enabling status under the plan. In paragraph 20, I've agreed with the council around the housing typology requirements that were previously in the plan change, and that has been deleted. There was a 50% requirement that no more than 50% be physically detached. 14A.4.2d in paragraph 21.1 deals with the issue of impervious surfaces, and as I say, I believe there's a better approach that's more sustainable, that's more efficient. One of the concerns I have around piecemeal stormwater management on residential sites is that it's a short-term solution. It's all very well to put in attenuation under driveways, but what happens in 15 or 20 years' time? Who manages those systems? Who maintains those systems? I would rather see the council taking more of a lead role with that, with the regional council, to provide some more enduring and long-term sustainable solutions to stormwater management, not dealing with it on a case-by-case basis and requiring a resource consent for every single house. In terms of 22, I have noted there that there is a disjoint in relation to the earthworks, one of the earthworks rules that is in the plan, and the objective that I've already talked about. I've agreed that the notification requirements should be removed from the plan, and I agree in 24.1 of my evidence with the design of services already being a matter which is dealt with in chapter 12, which is the development and subdivision chapter of the plan. I've also suggested a change in 25.1 to wording relating to additional driveways. I was just concerned about the reference to amenity along footpaths and what that might mean or what that might relate to, and that's dealt with in 25.2 of my evidence. In 26.1, that is a rule that deals with sun orientation. Again, I've used the term there as much as practicable because there may be sites that are south-facing, that are in gullies, that can't necessarily achieve those sorts of outcomes. Turning now to the matters of restricted discretion in paragraph 28 of my evidence, one of the issues that I've noted previously is in relation to the matter of earthworks. There's also an approach that the council has adopted in relation to the development of an integrated stormwater management design approach that is based on a stormwater management plan. My view is that there's effectively an elephant in the room, if you like, in terms of stormwater, because all urban growth projects should be running a parallel comprehensive stormwater catchment consent at the same time. So it was somewhat unusual, I think. I've never recently dealt with a large urban growth project where a comprehensive stormwater consent has not been dealt with at the same time. And I agree that it's appropriate to have stormwater management plans, but ultimately the stormwater quality requirements, the stormwater volume requirements, and how the catchment is going to be managed will be orchestrated through the consent process and that comprehensive catchment consent. And so it would have been really good for that consent to be dealt with comprehensively at the same time in an integrated approach. In reading the Regional Council's evidence on that, they've supported the catchment management plan approach, but they haven't really addressed the issue, which is that the comprehensive discharge consent has been applied for, and it was applied for, I think, in November of last year or even before, but it hasn't even got to the point of being notified. And so, in my view, it would have been much more preferable to deal with the stormwater catchment consent at the same time as this plan change, because matters such as the gully systems, which are really important and significant for Piriakau in terms of how they're managed and maintained, could have been more appropriately addressed in a much more holistic manner as part of an integrated approach between the District Council and the Regional Council. In paragraphs 28, I've again talked about the earthworks provisions, and I think it's pretty clear in terms of what my view is in terms of that. And I've also noted there around the comments around the cultural sites and cultural issues in relation to that. What I have recommended is that those earthworks provisions be modified such that the focus is actually on the effects of retaining walls. And so I've included a further standard for matters of restricted discretion in 28.9 of my evidence, which is whether the scale and location of retaining walls is appropriate and whether the visual effects of these retaining walls is able to be mitigated through vegetation design and or the future location of buildings. So in conclusion, I support plan change 92 and a number of amendments I've suggested in my evidence in relation to the provisions that have been developed through submissions and the 42A report. And I believe that medium density housing should certainly not be at all costs. I think there are some further changes that are required to provide some removal of some of the unintended consequences. The stormwater one is a key one for me. I just don't think that that is a kind of a comprehensive integrated approach to be providing further stormwater on site for residential development. So I think you'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Worthing? No, none from commissioners. I'll just one, and it's probably for clarification. Were you talking about your concerns in relation to managing stormwater on site? Do you think that that needs to be seen in the context of the council's relatively substantive response to stormwater through the gully systems and the open space provisions?
Part of the problem, and it's quite different for Te Puke and Amakara.
Yes.
Part of the problem with Te Puke is that the gully systems have always been zoned residential.
Yes.
And so there's been an expectation of all of the landowners that they can fill the gully systems, they can develop it for future housing, etc. So probably about 7 or 8 years ago, I talked to the council's engineering managers about looking to change that for Te Puke, and develop a new zone. And I think that's a really good approach with respect to Te Puke. There is...
Sorry for clarification. Do you think the open space approach taken for Omokoroa, it would be useful to have something similar to that in Te Puke?
In Te Puke, yes. Absolutely. So the gully systems are all kind of zoned residential and a lot of them are privately owned. The issue for Te Puke, it's an ongoing issue that the council, I think both the regional council and the district council need to come up with a collaborative solution. In that, and look, it's gone on for years and someone has to draw a line in the sand. You can't start poking stormwater under driveways to mitigate the effects. You actually need to look at the downstream catchment. The regional councils need to look at some farms in the lower catchment to buy those, to turn those into wetland areas to provide further attenuation. They need to look at further issues associated with the Kaituna River scheme, for example. So I just think there's much more of a comprehensive approach. It's probably bigger than what we can deal with here today in the context of the plan change. But there are a number of stormwater ponds and areas that are identified on all the structure plans. My view is on those, it's much more efficient to go back and enlarge those if you need to, than require people to put tanks under driveways and go through resource consent processes, because we know that in 15 to 20 years' time, those systems won't be working.
Thank you. Ms. Bennett.
I just want you to remind me that, and it was in the same context as the dealing with stormwater, and I think you said that the cost on the developer is 4 times?
Yes.
It's increased 4 times? Or something?
Yes, it's about $1,000 a cubic metre, and that's at reasonable scale. So if the smaller you go, the higher the cost, obviously.
Is there any merit in in developers looking at using impermeable surfaces like cobblestone driveways or cobblestone streets?
There is, but the issue is what happens in larger rainfall events, and that's what you've got to mitigate. So the 10-year, the 100-year, that's after a certain amount of rainfall, as you know, everything. I'm not a stormwater expert, but I've been around enough stormwater engineers over the years to know that after a certain amount of rainfall, everything kind of runs off.
Sure.
So that's the issue, is the volume. The good thing about Te Puke is it's got a comprehensive catchment consent in place. So if there are issues with the amount of stormwater attenuation that's being provided and those volumes, then maybe the regional council should look to review that or work with the district council to say, look, do we need to change the requirements of the comprehensive?
Sure.
But don't take the approach of putting it onto individual landowners and builders. I just think that's a really piecemeal approach to resolving the issue.
Don't you? So you don't see that as their contribution to dealing with stormwater that runs off their developments?
Not in tanks and storage things under the driveway.
No, just soft treatments like different.
I've had some experiences with them in Auckland. They use them a lot in Auckland.
Yeah.
But again, pervious pavers, again, there's a kind of a lifespan to them. How sustainable are they? So there's question marks around that as well. Do they block up over time? Again, it's kind of a piecemeal kind of approach. I'd rather that the stormwater was dealt with more comprehensively across the catchment.
So what about coming up one step from the property to the development level? So you're doing it at subdivision and across
So the development that I've recently done, which was about 360 lots, that did a whole lot of modelling. We did a whole lot of modelling for that and provided additional attenuation and stormwater volume. And in fact, we purchased a downstream section of site to create a future pond for the council. one of the issues with the council's infrastructure is that none of its stormwater infrastructure is designated. So it's going to evolve and be provided through a collaborative kind of approach between the developers and the landowners. One thing that happened at Waihi Beach, for example, was that there was no catchment consent in place, and each developer ended up having to do their own thing. And you've got these small ponds and things all over the place. And it's really not an integrated approach. So sorry, this is probably a wider issue than the specifics of this plan change, but what I would say to you is it's a little disappointing that the regional consent hasn't been notified and it wasn't being dealt with at the same time as this process.
And just to finish my question, are soft treatments part of that 4 times increase, or what does the 4 times increased cost involve?
Tanks and crates and pipes and...
So it's traditional sort of, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Goldstone
Yes.
may want to talk to you just about a couple of matters in relation to his specific site, which is at Omokoroa in Prole Road, and it actually adjoins the railway line. So you may have seen it when you did your site visit.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Commissioners, Brian Goldstone. I'm the developer of Harbour Ridge, which is probably the biggest in Omokoroa over the last 5 years. We've done major earthworks there. From top to bottom was probably about 40 metres difference, which meant we could never have subdivided there without earthworks. Now, when we've done the earthworks, we've then had to involve retaining walls. When we first started, we thought that retaining walls wouldn't be required. And as we saw because we don't build the houses, we only supply land only. As we saw the builders come along and start to do 1 metre or 1.5 metre walls, and then they'd put another wall on top of a wall, and then a fence on top of the 2 of them, it became quite obvious that we would have to do these walls ourselves. And you can look through a lot of development in Omokoroa that hasn't done the walls, and that's what you'll see. And it's not a good outcome for the long term. So we've ended up doing some real major walls, and you drove through there the other day, and I don't know whether you noticed, but over on our stage that we're just finishing now, we have 7 or 8 walls, and it looks like it's just a complete canvas of pole walls from top to bottom.
Yes.
Now, so anything that's on a road frontage, we've planted, so that in the future you'll have a wall that's set aside behind planting, and that was worked with council to get to that. Everything else you won't see because the houses is what you'll see. Now you'll see 7 or 8 houses up the hillside, but you won't see the retaining walls. Now, if we hadn't have done that, they would have either been, acre lots or 2 acre lots, because we couldn't have made building platforms and provided flat roads or flat. They are steep still, but made them flatter. So that's one of the issues that I like to talk the retaining walls, because there has been a lot of submitters against retaining in Omokoroa, and we're the ones that have probably gone overboard to produce that. As for the earthworks, we could not have done that development without the earthworks. Prole Road or Stage 3 is totally different because of the contours.
Yes.
That's done and dusted. We're going to be finished in 2 months. It'll be just a house building. So with that, in Omokoroa, I'm probably the biggest landowner that bounds a railway. And from yesterday, I would like to be invited to the negotiations between KO and KiwiRail, because I am that landowner that's affected probably 2/3 of all the line through Omokoroa.
Could someone put up the diagram so we can have a look at and just get you to point to where that is?
Yeah, we have a pointer.
Do we have a pointer that I'm able to
Yes,
point
there's a
to?
laser pointer there.
Just in front of the.
So maybe should we keep rolling on while we're...
Just while they're loading that up, can we come back to the retaining walls?
Okay. Ooh.
I don't know if
I'm
anyone's
happy
got
to
any
take
other
questions about retaining walls.
Well, no, it's just...
Because they're not something I like building because they are very expensive.
They've got that look about them, yes.
Mm.
But In relation to the retaining walls and the decision to follow that path, did you undertake an urban sort of design and landscape assessment process as part of your very legitimate call?
Well, certainly we showed the landscaping as the planting in front of them. We set them back 1 metre from the road boundary.
Yes.
We limited the road ones to probably 2.4 metres, where the others are maximum 2.85 metres.
Right.
So we held those down a little bit. We only did open fencing or pool fencing, so that, and that's sort of covenanted in our covenants to hold that.
Yes.
We didn't do an urban design because I'm not building these houses. I have a whole lot of building companies that, if you're meaning what's the house looking like in behind that, that wasn't done.
Yeah, I was thinking about what Mr. Colley was saying a little earlier about shading, and particularly for, excuse my kind of ignorance of the place, but where you're finishing off in the bottom of that site at the present time, they're south facing, so those retaining walls must generate quite a bit of shading on the...
Probably not to what the contour is there. So
Right.
at the moment, when the sun goes down, goes behind the hill, you don't see anything.
Yes.
That's sort of running probably to the north a little bit, so it gets a lot of sun that direction.
Right.
There is natural shading there from the hill.
Yes.
Because, that's 40 metres at the top of the hill.
Yes.
We've provided all these platforms so everyone sees the water, and we won't allow, we're going to have to put height restrictions on all our lots in there now because of the extra that people can now build to 11 metres. We won't allow that within that development.
Right.
But we have to actually put our heights on there. So if we see that someone's not going to see the water, we'll hold it at 6 metres for a single level. If they can go to 2-storey, we'll allow that, but we have to actually do that at 8 metres now, and hopefully we won't get challenged on that.
Thank you.
So, sorry, would you be doing that via a covenant on the title or something like that?
Yeah, so within our covenants, we have a couple of means. So the height restriction would go on the title. So that would be on the title forever. The other covenants, maybe they have a lifetime. But certainly there, and then there's a builder approval from the developer for what their plan is. So that would be a backup on, we wouldn't sign off if that came in at 11 metres, or if they tried to bring it forward to 1.5 metres of the road boundary. We're holding hard on what we designed it for.
Yes.
Appreciating this is in the stage 2 area that dates.
Well, this is actually 1A zoning
1A.
on this. So this has probably, been around for 6 or 8 years
Yes.
in the making.
Yeah, thank you. And last question, just for interest, the number of properties per hectare, what's that yield?
We've struggled with that. We had two what we call medium density areas.
Yes.
That we've tried to spread over a bit bigger area.
Right.
To get an average, and currently we're probably over the whole development, 28 hectares. We're probably around 13 to 14 per hectare. Yeah. Once the roadings come out.
Yes.
There's a lot of setbacks from retaining walls.
Yeah.
There's a 10-metre buffer on the railway, which I hear could go down to 5 quite happily.
Thank you. Right.
Mr. Adams is now here. I don't know whether you want to hear from Mr. Adams after Mr. Goldstone. Would that be?
Oh, look, that's fine if that's the order.
What's the on-off on this?
The red button.
Right in the middle there. Yeah. Okay, might be a bit shaky here. Let's see where we are. Okay, so we are on that side of the line just there, both sides of the railway, right through to there, and down there through to there, the white, on the southern side.
And does that include the rural zoned land?
No,
to the north?
That's the iwi Trust Orchard.
Yes.
In the white, which is
Yes.
the rural. Yeah.
Ngāti Hau.
So you are
Ngāti Hau.
Ngāti Hau, yeah.
Yep.
So there's probably up in Harbour Ridge through here, we have finished our sections there, which are just about to go to market. So although it shows that it's undeveloped, all the roads, all the sections are finished, all the pipework's in the ground, so that is what it is really. So I don't think it's even part of this plan change maybe. Although in some of the maps it shows that it could be, we can't really change what we've already finished there.
That's right.
Okay, so that was one of the issues I wanted to talk. So our next property is 130 Prol Road, in which we've been working with Western Bay for probably 18 months or more on, backwards and forwards. And initially, this potentially is still going to be a land-only sale. We may not build these houses. So urban design for us and what the houses look like will be quite difficult. But anyway, within the negotiations at the start, stormwater wasn't required within our property there. And it shows this green open space here through there, and also going through onto the Ngātahui orchard, which is the same level of land through there. So after probably 8 months, staff come to us and said, we do require your area for stormwater, and so we come on board with that, all happy. We were told 7,000 square metres would be required, and so it all went quiet there for a while. After that, 6 months goes on, then they come back and said, we've done all our planning, all our designs for that area, all our section layout, and as it works out, some of it is over white open space. We hadn't seen the planning for that. Council come back to us and said, we need more than 7,000 square metres, because now we don't want to take it through on the Maori, the Ngātahui Trust Orchard, because they're staying out of this plan change. Now that I feel that's where the water goes now. I don't consider I should have to pull it in onto my property by bunding it or something. And so furthermore, down the track, they were wanting to get consultants in there, and we said, well, until we know what's going to happen there, we don't allow your consultants to come on site anymore. After another few months, 3 months ago, I sent a contract to buy that area of land of 2 hectares. First, I'd heard it was going to be 2 hectares, and that they were going to take it under the public works. And so that's when I've said all negotiations off the table until you've actually negotiated with the neighbours. Now, that wide open space is developable for me.
That's the area in green on that map.
Not all of it, but if you take this straight through and take this sort of the bit that comes back into the main block, it's all developable, and we've got the geotech, we've done all our roading plans and everything to fit with that. Now, I've told council that I'm happy to provide 1 hectare, 10,000 square metres for their stormwater, and more than happy to work with them on it, but unhappy with 2 hectares. I believe on Friday that council staff are going to have a meeting with the Maori Trust Orchard. Right. I just want to table that here in case it falls over, and that we've brought it to the attention of the commissioners.
Thank you.
Should we take questions at the end if there's any? I've just got probably one more matter.
Yep, we've been asking questions as we go, but
Okay,
we'll see what might come. Thank you.
FinCos. Last month, and we submitted against it and what have you, our FinCos went up 21%, which is the dearest in New Zealand, I'd imagine. You know, we're now sitting at 80 to 90,000 per lot under the new FinCos. Now, I've got my head around it and I'm all happy, but when I hear that a 17 hectare retirement village is paying half impact fees, that's pretty offensive if the council's short of money in this area.
Have you explored the rationale that the council's given for that?
Well, I can appreciate it if it was for pensioner units years ago, but retirement villages today are behind fences and gates that are $1 million properties that isn't low cost housing like we're trying to provide in Proles Road. Now, if we're trying to provide low-cost housing, why should we be subsidising, which it is subsidising, because all their water still goes down the stormwater, all their sewer still goes to the pump station, all their vehicles come down the road to get there, all their bikes go on the cycleways, still has a water pipe to the gate. Why should we be subsidising trying to do low-cost housing when they're only paying a 50% FinCo?
Okay. Any questions from any of the panel in relation to these issues?
You mentioned in the land on the eastern side of Amokara Road that you were achieving something like 13 or 14 units per hectare, I think. Did I hear right?
Yes.
Is that including roads and reserves, or is that a net figure?
I would think so. Out of 28 hectares, we've probably had 300 sites. So what's that?
I can work it out from here, that's fine. And what about the land off Prohl Road? Is that a similar density or different?
So that's, all our planning's been around a 20 sites to the hectare. And that's what we seem to be achieving. You know, and we could probably do that with single levels, hopefully not 3 levels.
Is that exclusive of roads and reserves, is it?
Well, that would be including, would that be right? Yeah.
Including roads, but not
But not reserves or drainage areas, but definitely roads and berms.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Hope, thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
So Mr. Adams is now here. He may wish to just address you briefly on behalf of the Urban Task Force. Kia ora koutou, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Adams, I'm Chair of the Urban Task Force for Tauranga. Was set up in 2020 after the Bay of Plenty branch of the Property Council was disbanded, which has since formed a central committee with Waikato Property Council, but we felt certainly professionals in the property industry felt that given particularly Tauranga City Council's position at that time with commissioners being appointed, as well as some of the issues that we've got around the city and in the CBD, that we needed a local advocacy, a local voice for the development industry, and so that's how the Urban Task Force was created, an incorporated society with some 75 members, developers, engineers, surveyors, planners, iwi, hapu, legal firms and accounting firms in the city. Really my statement's pretty simple. The Urban Task Force is advocates for growth, and so subsequently we're big supporters of Plan Change 92. Subject to the amendments, which as I walked in, I heard Mr. Collier talking to some of them, and I think during Mr. Goldstone's sit-in, so I'm not sure whether you're going to be going back through those. Okay, so yeah, we're a growing sub-region. We all know that we're facing unprecedented challenges. Leaders historically have seen growth as a problem rather than
than an opportunity. And so the Urban Task Force focus is to explore those opportunities for growth and unlock those opportunities by working collaboratively and innovatively with local government and private sectors. Tauranga in Western Bay sub-region has a severe shortage of zoned and service land and has done for a number of years. I can't remember the last time a large residential area of land was rezoned or rural land was rezoned to residential. And so subsequently the demand versus supply has made housing extremely unaffordable. I think about 4 or 5 years ago, Tauranga was voted the 8th most unaffordable city in the world, and that's probably hasn't changed or has probably gotten worse over time. So there's an urgent need for required infrastructure to service land for more housing supply. And so, with that, with the poor growth model that we've all been suffering over the last few decades, there's a lack of essential community infrastructure and facilities to service that growth, and a lack of investment in utilities infrastructure as well to support that growth. And that's our model in this country, that local government has to provide growth, and yet under the Local Government Act, they're highly constrained on the amount of money that they can borrow against their balance sheet to provide that infrastructure. So that's got to change as well. So we're also advocating against that at the central government level too. Te Poki and Omokoroa are obviously extremely important for Western Bay growth. But we put a submission and spoke to it at the Regional Council hearing as well, saying don't forget, we know where the identified pockets of land are in the sub-region. Don't forget about unidentified pockets that could play a part in delivering the crucial housing supply that we need in the region. So we advocate for better connected thinking between public and private sector, connected planning, connected governments, and strong leadership as well. So I agree with the suggestions and Mr. Collier's evidence that you've heard, proposing a number of changes to the rules and policies. You're probably aware that we're currently in a legal battle with Tauranga City Council over their Plan Change 27. So I'd ask that before you go down that track, that you make sure that you engage with the community on what flooding mitigation has been provided throughout the sub-region by the private sector to incorporate in the non-statutory mapping. So yeah, I think that's about it from me.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the team?
The reason for my pause was just to check what Change 27 is about, and I've Googled it and I know the answer, so thank you.
No questions from us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's at the end of our
Thank you.
submission statements.
Thank you very much. Mr. Collier, you were talking a little earlier about TDD. Is that you? I think you had asked if you could address those issues today.
On Friday, so there's a designation
Yes,
hearing on Friday.
that's right. No, sorry, I misheard you. I thought you'd said you wanted to cover that now.
No,
Friday.
Yeah, we had a slot this afternoon, a very small slot.
Yes.
With a couple of planning related matters.
Right.
Well, I think it's more efficient for you to probably do it all together.
Oh, it is. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. Thank you for your time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Right, that's our last submitter for today. Yes. Thank you. It was my oversight this morning that we didn't have a karakia to start, so we're not having one to finish. Thank you. Right, so we'll adjourn the hearing and we'll see everyone tomorrow bright and early.